Hey, everybody. We're live. Hopefully, no hiccups, no goof ups, no nothing tonight. Anyway, thanks for coming on out. Welcome. Come on, come everybody. Check out DragonGuard. Link is in the description. And who we have in here tonight? We have Vapagon, and we have Mac and Cheese. We have Jeremiah Jones, hopefully, still here. So we're starting off. What you see before you, let me pull it out of the sleeve so we don't have all these crazy reflections and things like that on it. Tonight we are doing a free sketches for backers. Hey, it's Tyler. Hey, Tyler. Is this Tyler Baker? I'll just check, but anyway, here we are. Here's another page from DragonGuard. Okay, and if you're not familiar, I'm working on this right now. I think I've got my camera set a little crooked. Let's see if I can even this up a little bit. All right, and here's the page I'm working on. It's a splash page, a lovely splash page. All right, Tyler Baker. Hey, man. Mark Anthony. Yay for me, Luigi. All right, sweet, man. It's good to see everybody in here. All right, here we go. We're looking at, I'll just show you guys a little page of DragonGuard that I'm working on so you guys can check out the funness. All the cool stuff going on. Hey, thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Jeremiah Jones. Charlie Chase is here. Hey, Charlie. This week you'll have something coming out to you as well. I've just wanted to make it aside for everybody that I've been mailing out stuff. Blue Boy Hobbies, yours is on the way. Making me cheese is here. Let's see, 6 Scale Combat. Okay, cool, man. Glad to have you here, 6 Scale Combat. I think you might be new to the show, maybe. I could be wrong. But anyway, here's the rules of the show tonight. What we're going to do is you're going to see me sketching a bunch, well, hopefully a bunch of sketches. Here's the rules. For the backers tonight during this stream, and I'll be here for a couple hours, maybe 3, but I'm trying to keep it down under that if I can. But the rule is we're going to have 6x8 size sketches. Here's the pad right here. On my screen, it's reversed, but that's okay. What you see right here is a marker pad, marker paper pad, and it's 6x8. 6x8, and you get what you do is you back DragonGuard during the stream, come back here in the chat, drop in your backer not your backer information, but your backer number. Okay, well, I don't want anybody to dox themselves, but just drop in the backer number, and then once you drop in the backer number, let me know what character you'd like me to draw. You get a single bust shot of a character. It will be pencil and ink, live. We're doing it live. And it'll be any character you want, and we'll I'll give you the address to send me or the information to send me your address and everything, and then I'll get that out. It may be a couple of weeks. Basically, I'm doing everything kind of in order, and there's quite a few still going out. Certain people's sketches are going out and stuff, but I've been mailing out each week batches of sketches. So, whoa, Tyler says my contribution number is 305. Okay, sweet, man. Thank you, Tyler. That is awesome. That gets us started. We'll take one more quick look at the page from DragonGuard. Maybe I'll even get it up in there closer. Let you guys see the detail. So this is the main character, Aetheron, from DragonGuard. His name may change, but that's what it is right now. I've got a list of names I'm trying to jump through. I'm very particular. I have, kind of I'm an artist. I got a flighty sense of doing things, and I overthink things, and sometimes I think too hard. So I'm looking for the right name, but right now it stands as Aetheron. And you can see the close-up details in the pencils. Hopefully the camera will focus. There we go. There we go. And 6 scale combat. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Let's see. And we got Charlie Chase. Yeah, we got 12 people watching, 9 people with the thumbs up. Like and share if you can. That'll get more people in here. That'll let people know what's going on. Take a look. And if you want to share that link, that's cool too. And so I'll pull back a little bit. And you'll see there's going to be rubble and all this other cool stuff. So I was working on part of that this week. Earlier this week, like, you know, Thursday or something. Let me see. And Mecha Cheese is dropping the information in here. We're at 19,615, 287 backers. Yeah, there were a couple people that there's about 20 people that had refunded. You know, some of them were obviously people that had changed. See, what had happened when I started, I had a couple of the perks, and I didn't have like certain information set up the right way, and so some people refunded and then went back and got other stuff. I'm not sure any of that's attributed to any kind of malice toward the campaign or anything like that. Not to say that there is, but my assumption is that there was just some of that's attributed. So we're roughly at 287 backers. So some of the numbers may seem like they're off. Alrighty. Well, now that we looked at this page from DragonGuard, I'm going to start Tyler Baker. Tyler, the man. Tyler is, if you don't know Tyler, Tyler is one of the contributors to Fans of Power, and he's awesome. He's got a wealth of knowledge of all things He-Man, Thundercats, a lot of your Saturday morning cartoons, or your evening cartoons, some of your sci-fi stuff and things like that. Tyler is a wealth of information. He's a great dude. I love hearing him because he's one of these guys that'll definitely give you his opinion, and I love the fact that he doesn't hold back. That's fun. It makes me laugh a lot of times. It's great. So Tyler, since you're the first one, Tyler, and hopefully we'll get our focus going here. Let's see if we can get this camera to focus. Come down. Maybe I need to drop in some. A lot of times, sometimes having something dark or like black on the screen will cause the camera to focus. Yeah, but if you get a chance to check out Fans of Power, they're on YouTube. They talk all kinds of things: He-Man, Masters of the Universe related, and even some other stuff like Thundercats. And what you hear me is rustling around trying to get some of my inking supplies and penciling supplies so we can get going. And hopefully my camera will adjust. I'm going to throw a few things on screen to see if the camera will focus, because sometimes my camera will get goofy. All right. Let's see here. I'm going to throw a few things in here. Let's see if my camera's. If for some reason, I know you guys have been with me. If there's some kind of hiccup and the camera does not focus and I have to restart or something, forgive me. Just come back. I'll be posting the links again. I'm not sure. Usually the camera is pretty rock solid, but I've had a couple of things where Desert Biopunk. Hey, buddy, how you doing? All right. Let's see if we can get some of this stuff to focus. Focus. All right. It's wanting to focus now. Why am I speaking Spanish? Oh, no. You're kidding me, right? Please tell me you guys are messing with me. Oh, Lord. I don't think it auto-translates, but, considering my luck. Dude, please tell me this is not going badly like this. All right. Well, anyway, here we go. I know somebody's laughing here. Let's see if we can get the camera to focus a little bit more. Mutt man, I don't hear you. Okay, cool. Dude, I'm freaking out. These people are messing with me. They know I'm boomering a lot of my streams. So yeah, I figured. But anyway, let's get this camera to focus because he's not being friendly. And Tyler, if you would drop in on your in the son of a gun. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if we'll keep this here and see if it'll focus, and then I'll draw over top of it very gently. Luckily, it's clean. You see the page is going to be clean. There we go. We'll force it. We'll force it to focus. All right. Okay. Tyler, hit me up with a character right now in the stream, and we'll get this party started. Oh, Lord. You guys are relentless and merciless. Okay. Let's go. All right. Okay, Tyler has picked a character from, I believe, Filmation, the He-Man Filmation series, and I am going to get him. I'm going to, while we're sitting here chatting, for everybody that's new in here, does not know, or if you're out there lurking, what we do here is tonight, if you're going to drag, I have a link in the description, and if you go and back DragonGuard, if you back DragonGuard, you will you can come here to the chat, drop your backer number, not your information, but just your backer number, and tell me what character you want, and you will get a free sketch. And then I will drop the mailing information or where you can contact me, and then we'll go from there. So I'm looking up the reference form. I haven't drawn in much, so sometimes I have to check it out. I have a rough idea in my head, but I want to make sure I get it right. All right, let's see. Okay, we're looking it up. Because my search engine isn't giving me a lot of visual information. For some reason, I'm not sure why. And I drew them before for you, Tyler, so I have a rough idea. I do not have a link. Okay, let's see. Yeah, anyway, I was saying if you go in to the link in the bottom and hey, Tyler, if you would, send me the pics that you just sent. I can't get into Facebook right now. Could you send those pics to my email? It's also in the description here under PayPal. If you look, it should be under the description, and just send that to my personal email. If you could, just because I can't get into Facebook right at the moment. Long story, but I'll start roughing it out. I'll get his pose while we're talking. I know he's got a pointy head, if I'm correct. So we'll just start drawing right now. He's got a pointy head. He's got some kind of crazy looking big round eyes. Okay. And for everybody that's just jumping in, thank you for coming in. Roscoe Davis, JK, let me see, Muttman, all you guys, Tarks9, hey, what's up? Thank you for coming in. We got 12 people watching. Let's shift it to 11. We have 11 thumbs up. Like and share, please. We'll get this out here for everybody. Okay. Just trying to He's got kind of a pointy head, I believe. It's a wizard. And I'll just jump in. Oh, well, we got another contribution. That's awesome. All right, checking out things. Yeah, let me see. Vapagon. All right, sweet. Yeah, yeah, Tyler. If you shoot it to me, it's in the Kev Hulk 73 there in the description at Hotmail, and you can just send it there. You can email me pics, just because for whatever reason my iPad I'm not able to sign into Facebook right at the moment. Now let me see. Vapagon, what's your character, man? Yeah, let's check that out. Let's hear that. And I'm working on Azrog. I hope I'm getting it right. There we go, Tyler. Thank you, buddy. That is awesome. I appreciate it. Appreciate you sending it to me. Oh yeah, just a warning. I got choked up a little bit. I'm having some sinus problems because we got a lot of rain and all kinds of fun stuff going on here. And if I get to coughing, don't worry. It's not the plague. It's just I got a little choked on some lettuce, and then I had a little bit of a coughing fit before I came on. Nothing major. All right, cool. Yeah, I was close. I was pretty close. My memory is still there. All right. And for each sketch, it'll be penciled and inked. It'll just be a 6x8 bust sketch. Make sure that's clear for everybody. But if you go in and if you're listening within the sound of my voice, and you go back DragonGuard, get your backer number, and all you have to do is come in the chat, tell me which backer number. I can confirm that in the emails, and then once I confirm it, then you definitely can leave me a character. Tell me what character you want, and I will draw it. And these usually tend to go by pretty fast because of the smaller size and that they're bust shots. They make things a little bit easier. All right. Something dipping. Red Sonia. All right, that's a fun one. That's a fun one, dude. I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna write it up here, Tyler. And just to let me know who this is going to, although it's pretty self-explanatory there. All right. All right. Cool. And so, yeah, just let's see. Mark Anthony 307. Wait a minute. Whoa, Mark Anthony. Thank you, dude. Sorry, guys, it was a little loud. That was one of those ones that I didn't expect there. So, Mark Anthony, thank you, man. Definitely, I will. Whatever character it is you want, you know you got it, man. I got a package put together for you that'll be going out to you this week, by the way. I sent out some other packages, and we're getting everybody's sketches out, plus some other, commissions and little things like that. All right. Let me take a look at his. Make sure I get it, because sometimes, you know, it's checking out the proportions of the head, and because he's got that kind of cone head going on. And oh yeah, he doesn't have any ears. Okay, well that makes it a little easier. Doesn't appear to have ears. All right, man, these character designs are pretty easy. I don't have to worry about a lot of super intense details. Okay, he has 3 fingers, not 5, or 4 fingers. Okay, whatever. All right, let's see here. Mecha Me Cheese, yay! All right, cool, dude. Great to hear. Just broke 20. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to move the camera around just so we get all this in here. And I'm going to start inking Tyler's. And then we'll be jumping on to Red Sonja. And then we'll be on to Mark Anthony's. So that is awesome. You guys keep it up, man. You know, spreading the good word here for DragonGuard. Today we had some kind of exciting news in the comics verse of the crowdfunding. Apparently, today was Dan Fraga's Black Flag launch, and he's skyrocketing. With last I checked, it was around 40,000 or so. He's doing great, so we'll give a shout out. Dan gave me a live shout out on his stream, and I think that was a nice gesture on his part. I've never personally spoke to Dan other than being on a live stream at the same time, but he gave me a shout out, and I figure, you know, I want to at least let you guys know about that and say thank you, Dan, and then congrats to him for busting through with that great number. So I don't want to, you know, I don't want to go without giving him a big congrats. And a lot of other people, I was sharing some other things. There were some great looking books. Give a shout out to Shinobi Sasquatch if you're looking on Indiegogo. Some great artwork on that. Pretty cool title. Fella by the name of Rob Willis is an amazing penciler. He's kind of got like he reminds me of Dale Keown a little bit, and some other influences, obviously. But you know, he's got some great light, and he you know, he renders, and his lighting is really good on his figures and stuff, and he does some great stuff. A fellow anatomy artist like myself can appreciate. Some other great folks in there. I think it was Sea Dog and Kill Switch, I believe is the name of the book. Kind of got a 90s Wildcats retro vibe to it. And while we're here, I also want to do this. Here's another thing I don't do because I get a little bit absent-minded. Let me see. I get a little absent-minded, and I want to mention, I want to give a shout out to my cohorts working on the books right now. We have our logo guy. Oh crap! Let me see here. Having a brain fart. Of course, I do that here. Anyway, our letterer, Eric Weathers. Eric is doing I'm trying to remember. He's got a bunch of books right now that he's doing letters on. But Eric Weathers is Flying Fortress. I believe that was one of them. And then my logo guy, Bob Stone. There we go. Sorry, Bob. I had a brain fart, man. Who did the wonderful logos for DragonGuard, and I'm really happy with his approaches and his ideas to it. I gave him a rough sketch or a rough idea of what I wanted for a logo, and he took it and ran with it, and it came out awesome. My fiance, she's helping me kind of wrangle all this together, and the little bit of writing and things like that, helping me out. And then my main man, the colorist of the book, Alonzo Espinoza, who is just fantastic. He does great stuff. And then today I got some high res of the inks for the hero cover. And if you go on Twitter and check that out, I've got a couple of pics of it. But from inker Adelso Corona, who inks Brett Booth on Bloodshot for Valiant, and he's also inking Liefeld on that Snake Eyes series. And Adelso is just killing it. Adelso makes a lot of people look just that much better, and that's how I feel about Alonso Espinoza Pixel Tool. He makes me look just that much better when in the colors and stuff. So I wanted to give a shout out to my crew, the people that are helping me do all this great artwork. Yeah, believe it or not, his last name, at least as far as I know of, is Corona. So there you go. All right, cool. And let's see. I'm gonna put a little special sauce on this here, make the drawing a little bit better. All right, we're throwing in the brush pen, but I want to get in here and get with some of the details. And then we're going to be on Red Sonja shortly. And a thank you to everybody that helped push us. All you guys that are coming in, thank you to all the backers who backed even when there wasn't free sketches involved. And thank you to everybody that just keeps, keep supporting the book and keep coming in. And if you bought a couple of different tiers or perks or, multiple perks or whatever the case may be, thank you for being a supporter. I just want to say that because, I get to rambling and this and that, and I sometimes forget to let you guys know that I really appreciate you. I don't have a huge channel. I don't have a lot of resources, and people like Mike Miller, when he has me on Drawn and Quartered and Friday Night Auctions, and they do, he and Edwin and the whole crew, Siege, Eric Needletowski, Matt Cosson, Matthew Weldon, all the other artists that are on the shows, Ellis, Gary Shipman, all those guys are really good. They've been really good to me, and I just want to make sure that we get the proper shout outs there. Through this journey, I didn't have a lot of ways to promote this book, and everybody's been really gracious about supporting the book. I will shout out to R2D2 for Life, his screen name. He's been supporting the book and constantly tweeting and retweeting, and just he's putting the word out there, where I sometimes kind of worry if I'm going to make people sick with me just retweeting my own stuff. R2D2 for Life, he does a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes to that, because I'm so nervous about, turning followers off by retweeting and all that other stuff. All right. I'm just checking my reference real quick. Hey, Wiggle Wiggle. Hey, buddy. Hey. Juan Del Diablo is here too, man. Thanks for coming in. I know some people are having, there's the art auction stream on, let's see, the art auction stream on Ethan's channel with all those guys. And then you've got Mike's, I think, is going to be doing a stream shortly if he hasn't already started. And so thank you guys, a lot of you guys that are regulars and things like that, for coming in and checking it out. I appreciate it. I know it's kind of oddly timed, but I was trying to keep the momentum up, especially I know I'm going against some juggernaut campaigns this weekend. So you guys being in here and helping me, supporting me, I appreciate it. But congrats to everybody's campaigns this weekend that are maybe doing good or getting backers and things like that. And to Dan Fraga, he didn't have to. You know, it's one of those deals where I was kind of a surprise. He just was on a stream and he just did a huge shout out to me the other weekend. And, you know, it's much appreciated. So I had to, you know, I feel obligated to show him a little love too. You know, people don't have to do this. So when they do, it's hugely appreciated. I have a small channel. I'm getting bigger thanks to you guys, but this really helps. All right. And I'm flabbergasted at the showing of love that you guys are showing me during the stream. We crossed the 20, the big 2-0. So that is really awesome. Trusty Sidekick, hey, what's up, man? Hey, Kev, guess I missed out. No, you haven't missed, as far as I know of, you haven't missed anything. Yeah, if you want some of Rob Willis's work for a really good price, time's running out. Yeah. They do have the auction going on over there. And Rob's a good guy. He's been nice to me, been friendly to me on Twitter. So, you know, go check him out. But come back here. Come back here, back DragonGuard, back often. Whatever it may be, the case may be. All right. Putting a little extra whammy into this, and then we're off to Red Sonja. I'm trying to remember everybody that got Red Sonja. I want to say that's Vapogon, I believe. And Vapogon, you wanted Red Sonja. Is there a specific version of Red Sonja that you want? Just let me know. I mean, if it's just the regular Dynamite, you know, kind of their approach to it, that's fine too. Whatever. I just wanted to make extra sure. I know there's a lot of people that are fans of like the Conan movies, and so you never know if you get somebody who wants a very specific version of Red Sonja. Let me take a quick look at the reference one more time. Bam. And another contribution. Oh, dude, thank you, Jeremiah Jones. Appreciate it, bud. All right, let's see. Going in and looking. Yeah, we'll get a little crazy. We'll get a little crazy here. Boom. Jeremiah Jones, back to digital tier. Yeah, thank you, buddy. Wandel Diablo, thank you, sir. Vapogon says the Dynamite one is good. Okay, make it scale combat. Make it saucy. Okay. Mark Anthony, to kind of continue the series for these potential cards, how about a sketch of Manitar? Yeah, you got the name right, buddy. Oh, that's cool. That's a fun one. I'll definitely put that in. I'll get that done before the night's over. He's a fun one. I'm not sure how the copyrights work with the whole it may be because it's comics, maybe it's a different media or something, but I just found out my daughter was watching what's that show? Gravity Falls, and apparently there's an episode with a character named Manitar, or Manitor, I can't remember, but my character's name Manitor. I don't know. I'll have to go back and check and see if like the Tor, the TOR, is a call out to like the naming kind of stuff that goes, you know, like when the character's named in like He-Man and stuff. So it was kind of a call out to that kind of thing. But when I heard it, I just kind of cringed. I was like, oh no. And so I'm not sure how that's going to work out. I'm hoping that my name's different enough and that because it's comics, it's you know, it's fine and stuff. So we got 17 people watching. And we got 15 likes. We like and share, like and share, like and share. Got his thumb here. It's kind of curled around. You see the palm right here and stuff. But we're going to give him... And don't worry, Tyler. We're going to throw in a little extra spice real quick. Just a quick boom, boom, boom. And here we go. Yeah, cool. Well, see, that's the thing. I used they called him Manitor or Manitar or something like that, and that's kind of a little bit different than Minotaur. So I didn't know how those naming conventions work, and what can be done. So I'm hoping everything's okay. All right. So there we go, Tyler. There's a Azrog commission sketch for you, my friend, if you're still in here. Wiggle Wiggle, that is a sketch of a character called Azrog that is from the Filmation He-Man cartoon. I think the character was only for that cartoon. I don't even think he has a figure just yet. Force Ghost Burt Reynolds, thank you for coming in, buddy. We got Wiggle Wiggle. Everybody's coming in. That's cool, man. 17 people watching, 17 likes. And if you're checking out everything right now, boom, this is for Tyler. If you're checking out everything, here's the rules. If you haven't come in, the rules are this. If you back DragonGuard, go to Indiegogo. The link is in the description. And you check it out. And if there's a perk that you particularly enjoy, buy that perk, back us. Come back here with your backer number. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw you any character of your choice. One character. We limit it to one character just because we're drawing on 6x8 paper. It's very small, and I don't want you to have to cram another character. It's also a bust sketch, which means that mostly what we're aiming for is the upper body, the chest region, and that so on and so forth. And I'm going to sign this. Alrighty. So this is a character called Azrog. That's the first one of the evening. We're going to start on Red Sonja. And I just need to secure a place to put this artwork. All right. We'll put that right there. Okay. And here we go. We're going to start with Tyler. Thank you so much. No problem, buddy. Dude. Hey, man. The nature of the smaller sketches and stuff, we're going to get on to doing a really sharper version, really hyper awesome version. But for right now, that's the sketch. I appreciate it, buddy. And I appreciate you coming in here and watching us tonight, too. That's cool. And like I said, if you haven't heard of Tyler before, Tyler's a great. He does a lot of reviewing and things like that for a show called Fans of Power. Tyler dips in every now and then. I love Tyler's opinion. He's very, very straightforward. He tells it like it is and how he sees things, and that's fun stuff. So we're going to get to Red Sonja as our next sketch. Excuse me while I take a sip of water. Alrighty, and let's see. We're going to just do Red Sonja. I have a pretty good idea of how she looks. Luckily, a lot of her look isn't super complicated. And since it's a bust sketch, it's pretty easy to draw her. I think you know, we get the two main assets in, so to speak. Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. Yes, any character you want. If I can find the reference, I've got an iPad set up right by me. And if you have a character that you like, just let me know. And like I said, you know, any character you want, upper body. These sketches are free. Also wanted to add a little something. It's not something I'm not trying to renege on anything. Just wanted to let you know that if you could, if some of you guys are in here, and let's say you're in California, or if you're in, you know, especially if you're out of the country, I would say that if you're out of the country, I really would prefer you chip in on postage. That's why there's a PayPal link in the description. They are free, but when you get to sending stuff out of the country, then it actually starts costing me money. So if you could, but everybody who's, you know, I'm on the West Coast, if you feel so kind as to chip in just a little bit for shipping, that would be awesome. But you're not obligated, and I want to say this first and foremost, that you are getting a free sketch. So that's how that's going to go. Other than that, we're going to be rocking. You just tell me what character you want. And Mecha McCheese is dropping in a link in the description. And everybody's in here. So we got 15 people watching, 7 people liking. So like and share and get in here. We're doing free sketches for backers tonight. And it's just as the name implies. There's only a couple of rules to the whole thing. All you do is go in the link in the description, or Mecha McCheese has dropped it in here too. You go in, hit the link, check out my book DragonGuard, a fantasy comic. If you dig really, see, this is an indie book, but our whole thing is we want to make it as a pro-looking work as possible, so you get quality artwork, quality book for your money. And anyway, just go in there, check it, back something, find something you dig. If you find something you dig, back the book. You'll get a backer number in the email. Your information will give you a backer number. Just drop your backer number in the description, and let me know. I will check it, and then you can tell me whatever character you want me to draw. The only couple of very tiny rules are, because I have no idea how YouTube does this stuff. I can't do nudity per se. I just want to, you know, avoid any of the blocking or anything like that. But no nudity, and just keep it to a single character, and that's pretty much all it is to it. And as I was saying before, I live on the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, or if you're in a foreign country, if you could chip in just a little bit for shipping, that would be helpful. You know, it's up to you. But like I said, like I told everybody just a few seconds ago, you're fine. These are free, and I mean that. So there we go. Now on to the fun stuff. So I'm drawing Red Sonja, Dynamite's version of Red Sonja, and the one that's in my brain right now is a lot of those Adam Hughes covers. I love Adam's stuff, so in my brain I'm thinking the outfit that she has, and I'm doing this straight out from memory. No looking at the iPad right now. We'll see how this goes. All right, Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. Thank you, brother. I appreciate it, man. Cool. Mecha McCheese says 290 backers. Let's get it to 300. Yeah, that would be awesome, man. Very awesome. So if we can do that, we can share. We can let people know. I'm sitting in here, and we're drawing Red Sonja as the character. And then the next one will be, I believe, Mark Anthony's contribution, and he wanted a Manator. And that's Man O Tor, T-O-R, not Tar like Minotaur. It's a play on words, but it's one of my characters from DragonGuard. He's a big red Minotaur-looking dude. And then I know Jeremiah Jones has a character too, so we're gonna be having some fun. I haven't forgotten you. I just want to get my rough in all my figure, get all my tight information in here. You guys can see this. Okay, cool. And I always have to check my proportions, because here's a little artist trick that you guys may not know about or might be interested to know, but when you lay a piece of paper flat, when the paper's laying completely flat, it goes away from you, like in perspective. So when you're drawing, your eyes trick you, and you end up making a mistake of elongating. As the further away, it elongates and it changes, it warps the perspective and the proportions, and you tend to come out with a goofy or a squirrely looking drawing because something looks off, because it's actually, your eyes are actually stretching things out as it goes from you. So it's interesting thing. That's why a lot of people's drafting tables are angled to help them keep the proportions right. So just a little artist thing. Jeremiah Jones, you don't got to draw me anything. It was just the digital tier. Oh, okay. Well, Jeremiah Jones, thank you, brother. I appreciate it. We appreciate your support because you're really awesome. I was telling other people we're getting other packages going out this week too, so your order's going out. Man, it's one of those things where it's interesting because doing these sketches is fun. It's a fun exercise, but it also, it stacks up. We're having a good effect. We get people that want to buy a lot of, or back the book and get these free sketches. So that's really awesome. All right. So we got 14 people at the moment, and then we have 17 likes. So keep hitting them likes if you haven't, and share if you can. And I think this Red Sonja is almost ready to be inked. So we're going to get nuts. All right. But yeah, this version of Red Sonja is kind of, at least the visual, is inspired by Adam Hughes, who I'm a huge fan of. And all I have in my brain is his Red Sonja covers and his colored commissions. Sometimes you'll see people color his commissions of Red Sonja online. And I'm going to get a drink of water. So I'm going to try to make her as lovely as possible. Just think of it like a con away from a con. Since all our cons are being canceled, our social gatherings. Get some of those wonderful tummy lines in there. And thank you guys for coming in and checking me out. Again, I know I say this a lot, but I just, for the new people and the people out there lurking, you can get a free, if you like what I'm drawing right now, you can get a free sketch. This is 6x8. All you have to do is go back DragonGuard. The link is in the description. That's my fantasy comic that is on Indiegogo funding right now. and we're putting in the hard work here. I'm going to give you, if you back the book tonight during the stream, this applies during the stream, not before or whatever, but just during the stream. If you back us, then you get a free sketch. You come back here, they'll give you a backer number after you've backed it. You just look and find out what that is. It'll probably be in an email to you. Give me your backer number. I'll just check that against my emails that I get that alerts me. And then you come in and tell me what character you want, and I will draw it. You'll get a free one. It's just single character, no 2 or 3 character kind of things, because it's on 6x8. It's not a very huge piece of paper. And it's just single characters. It's the only rules. And the other thing is no graphic violence or nudity of any kind. It's a bust shot, so it's upper body. And that's just because I don't know how the whole YouTube censor or strikes or whatever. I don't want to incur the wrath of YouTube, so we'll keep it clean. And in the case of Red Sonja, it's a very difficult proposition no matter how you draw her. And there you go. Muttman, can you give me let's see, can you give me a little history how you got into comics? Okay, yeah. All right, for those that don't know me, I probably should throw that in. If you know me, I don't really like to, or I don't tend to talk a whole lot about myself, so this is kind of one of those things I probably should do, familiarize everybody with me. My name is Kevin Sharp. That starts there. I've been a 25 to 26 year pro or veteran of the comics industry. Let me see. I did, when I was about 18, I did my first work was some indie stuff, a little indie book called Toxic Tommy, which was a horror comic. It was printed locally, or the publishers were local or fairly local in Richmond. I mean, not Richmond, but Roanoke, Virginia. And then that was my first indie gig. Then I did a little bit of stuff, a book called Savage Blood that had a character called Razor that was published by London Knight Studios. And then after I did that and got that under my belt, I got one of my first big gigs was DC Comics. It was Showcase 94, number 12, and I did a Triumph. If you're not familiar with who Triumph is, it's a DC character. And the whole idea behind him initially, I don't know if they kept that, but he was created right around the time of that 0 Hour, maybe, I believe. And the character was basically this character that was out of time, and nobody, was like kind of a man out of time, and nobody remembered him. And he was supposed to be like this forgotten member of the JLA, and nobody remembered him. And he was just kind of dropped into the middle of continuity. And I think maybe later they made him a villain or something. And it's really crazy because I think they had originally did that with Sentry as well. And I think they changed that around a little bit. Marvel did. And but anyway, I did that. And I did a Steel Annual. That was some of my first published work, was a Steel Annual number 2, I think. That was around 1995. Then a buddy of mine did some self-publishing. He lived in Blacksburg. His name was Ben Capozzi. He had a company called Dreamsmith Studios. Dreamsmith, sort of like Aerosmith. And he had a lot of big-name pros do the covers for his it was a fantasy anthology that I worked on. And it had, werewolves and all kinds of creatures, really cool creatures, and was a fun book to draw. If you got any of those books, they were black and white. It was black and white fantasy. Covers by Mike Wieringo, Brandon Peterson, trying to think of all the pros. George Perez inked my covers for it. Funny story with that. I went to Mid-Ohio Con. That's where John Byrne usually, he was a regular. It was one of the few cons he would do. And I was there showing my stuff to John, and had a conversation with John Byrne. A lot of people say they don't have a lot of great interactions with John. I found him to be really pleasant and really friendly. Maybe that's just me, but I was a big John Byrne fan and showed him some of my art. He seemed to like it. What surprised me was my buddy took some of my stuff for the book up to George Perez, and George just kind of told my buddy, he's like, "Yeah, I would like to ink this sometime." And I was like, my buddy comes running to me, he's like, "Hey, George Perez loves your stuff," and and it blew my mind. I was like, "Okay, cool. Let me, I don't know. I thought my buddy was messing with me. I was just kind of like, maybe he just, he was being friendly and just said he liked it, whatever. Sometimes you get people like that. It's polite, pleasant, but maybe didn't bowl them over, that kind of thing. But it was great because I went up and met George, and he goes, "Yeah, I really like to eat your stuff sometime. I love your work." And I was still green. I had my mistakes, but dude, it was fantastic. So George inked 3 different covers of mine, and if you can find the variants of it, it was really cool. So that was a huge honor, just because George, was such a big name, and it was kind of like, who am I, And so anyway, later after that, I worked. I got a call. I finally broke into Marvel with the help of some friends suggesting me to an editor. I did a Generation X issue number 62 or 63 maybe, and I also did a Generation X, part of a Generation X annual. I think it was annual number 99 or 98, one or the other. They mark those as the year. Anyway, after that, yeah, Perez inking your stuff. Yeah, that was really cool, dude. It was one of the few things where I was just like, okay, maybe I'm getting somewhere. Maybe there's a place for me in this industry. Crazy that, And the thing about it is after I did the Generation X, I got the call to go to CrossGen, and I was down there, did a few issues. I was part of the kind of like the student penciler, not really student, I don't know, apprenticeship, something like that. But basically, I was a fill-in guy on a lot of their books when they scheduled a fill-in to give people a break, and it was me and Steve McNiven, who I'm pretty sure you guys know from like Civil War and everything else from Marvel. You see Steve McNiven, Greg Land. I was there when Greg Land was there. Trying to think. Jimmy Chung. Jimmy Chung was awesome. Don Hilson, my buddy. Great inker, fantastic inker, and a fantastic penciler in his own right, too. Dude's awesome. You should look him up if you get a chance to. Anyway, so that was great, but my time was done there. And then after that, I got a Marvel gig on a 4-issue miniseries called Extreme X-Men: The Savage Land, and that was really fun. That blew my mind. And then later, after that, I did also Nova. I did Legion of Superheroes. I did a 9-issue run on Legion of Superheroes. I did several issues of G.I. Joe. 5 or 6 issues of Army of Darkness for Dynamite. I did a Red Sonja story for them. I did Black Panther, Thor, New Mutants, all just kind of like fill-ins and things like that. So I've been in the industry for a little bit. So if that helps you, gives you a rough idea. For the past 3 or 4 years, I've been working for Marvel Creative Services. And if you don't know what that is, Marvel Creative Services is kind of like your commercial art division wing of Marvel, where they do a lot of custom projects for different businesses, custom comics, projects that, when branding, things like that, for different companies using Marvel characters. Like, let's say you got like a can of Chef Boyardee or something like that. That's Marvel Creative Services. Like if the Chef Boyardee had Wolverine or Spider-Man on it. That's creative services. They also did special comics. So like I did a project with for MRI, and it was basically a story with Captain America and Iron Man, and it was kind of like, hey, make kids comfortable with being in an MRI machine, and if you know what that's like, you know it's pretty crazy. You know, it gets a little scary. I know when I got into it to one first time, it was a little freaky. I didn't think it was a big deal. It's like, hey, I'm in the dark a little bit, it's fine. But then there's those loud clicks and pops and big noises and bangs and stuff like that you hear from the machine. It gets a little scary, especially being in the dark as well. So, you know, I did stuff like that. A diabetes comic. I also worked on a Thor, the first movie, the first Thor movie. I did a tie-in comic for that with Dr. Pepper. So many things. There's a ton of stuff that I could go on and talk about. I was definitely a big fill-in guy. And here we go. I'd read a Wolverine Chef Boyardee crossover. Thank you, buddy. Alrighty. Martin Muttman, what made you decide to move into indie and crowdfunding? Honestly, I'll tell you, it's just kind of serendipity in that respect or something. My work started to slow down with a little bit for the creative services stuff, and then in one of Ethan's chats or something, I was just making jokes and having, you know, a good time. It was a lot of the videos, you know, I'd just pop in and just do, you know, little jokes and stuff. And I think Ethan and Antonio Bryce recognized my name. I knew Ethan from a couple of encounters before, a long time ago. Funny story. When I was working for Vampirella, I forgot to completely miss that. I was doing Vampirella for a few issues, and they asked me to come up and see the offices. And it was just during the winter. I think it was in a January or February, and they were having a New York Comic Con. And how I first met Ethan, he's really young, and we were on the way up there. We're in Virginia, and we're driving up through, and I think we were going through Pennsylvania and New Jersey. And my buddy was driving. He's a little bit older than me, and he's a big Vampirella fan too, my buddy, and he you know, he was trying to put his artwork under the noses of the right people, and I was cool with it because I was like, hey man, you know, he loves, like, his Vampirella was his Hulk for him. You know, with me it's the Hulk I'm crazy about, or Wolverine, and you know, Vampirella was his thing, and so he wanted to put his stuff under the nose of the editors there, Melanie Crawford Chadwick, I believe it was at the time. And I was like, sure, man. And he gave me a lift up there. And so we're on this long car trip, and it's like an ice storm hits during that year. And so somewhere along the line, I can't remember what happened, but Harris asked me to pick her up and take her up to New York on the way through there. And just so happened, Ethan was tagging along with Melanie. I think maybe Ethan, you know, I don't know. I'll just say I'm speculating here. But if my memory is right, Ethan was up there to show Cyberfrog around, I think. And so he was in the offices, and I think they had known him pretty well because, you know, a lot of the guys that I was meeting seemed to be familiar with Ethan, was chatting with him and this and that. So, but anyway, Ethan rode up there, and so basically I gave a lift to the editor in chief and and Ethan on the way up there to the show and stuff. So it was great. And it was funny because Harris published, I play guitar, and Harris published a lot of magazines, and one of the magazines they published was Guitar World. So if you're a guitar player and you're familiar with Guitar World magazine, I think they're out of business now, but they were awesome. You know, the two magazines were Guitar for the Practicing Musician and Guitar World were the major ones where you'd get it, and they'd have tablature in it, which is a way of writing guitar music out, per string. It's laid out per string, not like music notes, but it's laid out for each string. So you'd have if you're fretting something at the second fret, it'd be a number 2 on the 3rd string, and you'd learn to play like that. And that's how I kind of cut my teeth in learning how to play guitar. And so I was a big fan of that. So it was really cool because I get up there and they're like, hey, you want some copies of the Guitar World? So they let me go in through this big catalog of storage and choose issues to grab. And I was like, holy crap. It was such a cool experience. So yeah, I met Ethan there. He was there for the New York show too, I believe. I hope I'm not messing this up, but I think it was like that. So that's how I know him. And anyway, that's I was working for Harris for Vampirella, and let me see, Flyfox Pro. Okay, cool. Hey man, how you doing, Kevin? I love my sketch. Thanks so much. Cool, buddy. I appreciate it. So it got there okay. Everything's good. I shipped it in a Mylar. I know I was in a hurry, so I don't know if the anything extra in the padding, but let's see. There we go. Yeah, but there's a lot of things in the industry. I've been drawing a lot of books, so it's one of those deals where you meet a lot of different people along the way, and you never know where you end up. Meeting Dale Keown was a big deal for me. Who are some of the greats? Just a ton of people. And one of the fantastic things was meeting Mike Wieringo a long time ago before he was huge. He used to do a lot of the Roanoke shows because I think he lived in Lynchburg, Virginia, so he would do a lot of the Roanoke shows. And so Mike would kind of give me little pointers and whatnot at the shows. And I got to see some of his first Flash work when he was drawing the Flash. And just awesome. Just awesome times. So anyway, there we go. And everybody watching, if you're new in here, here's the thing. If you back DragonGuard, look down in the description. Also, Mecca McCheese and a couple other people will be posting links. So we have Mecca posting the links in there in the chat. And you hit that, go to my DragonGuard page. Check it out. It's a fantasy book. And if all you do is whatever you back, whatever perk, if you decide to back us, you come back here, drop your backer number in the description, and then let me know what you backed, and then I will draw a free sketch for you. That's what it is. Tonight was free sketches for backers. So right now, I am finishing up a Red Sonja for a backer. So if you guys can see this, you can check it out there. And Force Ghost Burt Reynolds, there you are. And so we are doing awesome. We just backed 20,000 mark, and I appreciate you guys so much. And then going back to what Muttman was saying, this was asking me about. This is kind of how I rent. After I had been, some of my work had slowed down with the Marvel Creative Services, I, would throw my names in the chats. People recognize me, this and that. One of the people that recognized me was Mike Biller, along with Antonio Bryce. Antonio's got a book called Brand. It's a great book on Kickstarter, Brand of the Way of the Gun. If you want to go ahead and check him out also, that would be awesome. And that's with Kanan White, who is a fantastic talent. I had never seen or heard of any Kanan stuff until I'd seen Brand, and blown away. That dude is amazing. So shout out to him. And Anyway, I got noticed on the draw-alongs for Drawn and Quartered, and Mike recognized me, asked me to come in, and then I became, you know, a regular competitor of sorts. I mean, don't take that too seriously, you know. There's nothing to get mad over or anything if you don't win. But, you know, we have a good time. Drawn and Quartered is a weekly drawing competition of sorts. And the rest is history. I mean, you know, people were asking me when am I going to do a book, and I kind of got to the point where with the crowdfunding thing that I was like, you know, there were some other issues. There were some people that had, you know, that were related to some other fantasy properties that I won't get into here, but they had, long story short, they had pissed me off because they basically kind of implied that I wouldn't be doing anything ever for He-Man or whatever. And so I just kind of decided, I was like, you know, these are the things I want to draw. I want to draw a fantasy book. I want to be excited. I want to kick ass, you know. I want to give you guys a really cool fantasy comic because it's not, you know, super huge right now. And, you know, it's just something I wanted to draw. I think I'm, you know, plays to my strengths. And so I was really excited. I just want to, you know, just crank out the best stuff of my career. And so I long time had mulled over ideas and tried to come up with concepts, and then I finally hit on a story that I wanted to tell, and that's DragonGuard. I know a lot of people ask me, is like, what's the elevator pitch? And I basically, a reason I hadn't been talking a whole lot about the story or certain concepts about the characters is that, you know, my biggest problems with a lot of other media nowadays is that they give too much away. Like when you see a trailer for a movie, there's just everything is kind of told in the trailers. And so, you know, usually you can guess about 70 to 90% of the movie from the trailers. You know, you can get a good idea of what some of the best scenes are. And so I had downplayed it, but my mouth is drying out right now. Let me get another drink of water. But if you check out DragonGuard, I have a description of what the book's about. Read that, check it out. We'll go into more. There'll be other streams where I'll go into more into depth about the story. But go check out the Indiegogo, please. And if you back us tonight during the stream, you can get a free sketch. Just drop your backer number and which character, single character sketch, like I'm doing with Red Sun. Boom, boom, boom. And I kind of like to let the art speak for itself. And I'm going to put it in here just for the first time during the chat. We're going to go on. I'll put it in here again. Yeah, let me put that back on screen for you. Just camera. I'm reversed, so everything I do is in reversed. Like at least on my side of the control, it's reversed. So here you go. And anyway, I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to put in my address to send my email address to send your everybody in there in the chat that has gotten sketches so far or going to get sketches back to book. Email me here or at the address that I'm going to give you, the email address, or Kevin Sharp Art at Facebook, okay? So it's KevHulk73 at Hotmail. Send me an email there, or oh yeah, Muttman. Yeah, exactly. Some people would charge that, definitely, if not more. Sometimes people would charge more or less, but You got a general idea. Yeah. Pencil and inks. Boom. All right. Okay, next one is Manator, Mr. Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony says bodacious. Jeremiah Jones, thank you. Everybody is commenting, thank you. Okay, so we got 9 people here, so hopefully we get some people coming back in. I know that Mike might be streaming tonight, so and a couple other people streaming. Might be a busy night. It's a Saturday, but here we are. If you come in, back to book, you're going to get a free sketch. Let's see. Let's see if we can do. I got an idea in my head and just roughing it out. Now, in the original sketches I did of Manator, he originally had a club and not necessarily a mace per se. In the pages, you'll see, if you look on the Indiegogo or what I regularly post, you'll see that he's got a mace. And but I originally had a club with kind of like teeth or some kind of spike, some kind of crazy different things other than just the spike. They look like spikes, but it would be like teeth or something like that sticking out of it. I don't know. It's something crazy. I just get envision him whacking somebody really hard and getting some kind of monster or animal or something like that, and getting teeth embedded into the club or something, and using those as a weapon or something. Something hilarious like that. Try to think of some kind of interesting, goofy ways to explain some of the weapons and not just go, okay, here's a club and that's it. Yep. Mike is and Gary is. Okay, that would explain it. Yep. That's why we lose a few viewers, but that's okay. So everybody share, and if you back DragonGuard, you're welcome to come in, drop your backer number, and we will get you set up. Let's see here. I'm going to check my email real quick while we're off. Whoa, we got 2 new ones. Oh, wow. Thank you. Everybody out there that's backing. Cool. All right. We got everything kind of hyped up. We got a little bit more momentum going now. That's great. Thank you, guys. If you're out there and you haven't said anything yet, feel free to let me know. Flyfox Pro. Making cheese, my man. Thank you for manning the comms. Junkyard done. Congrats on correcting 20K. Thank you, buddy. We're just going to keep pushing it hard. Lots of good guys out there. If you get a chance to back. Also, I have a cover on Lone Star Heart of the Hero Redo. He's got several covers on there, so you support me and check out Mike's stuff by backing his. That I also have a cover on Shadow Sentry, Eric Munoltowski's Shadow Sentry on Indiegogo. You can check that out too. So there we go. We're going to get him in here. Boom, boom, boom. And in the book, you saw on one of the pages, I spoiled it, but it's in the actual page. But Manator, one of his horns gets broken in half. Thought that would make a neat look for this guy. So yeah, doing fantasy, this is one of those things I really wanted to do, and this is one of these books, and I just kind of had a negative interaction with somebody that I thought we were good, and you know, it's one of those deals where I wasn't going to let that stop me from doing something and really show people what a book would look like with my stuff on it. And that's where we are. That's how DragonGuard came to be. It's kind of a, excuse my language, but it was a FU to people saying that I can't, you know, or that I won't, or that I wouldn't have access or whatever. Because I had been turned down for a cover. I was promised covers, and then later they took the gig away from me because of reasons. I guess one of the artists was doing some stuff, and he wanted to do covers, so it kind of became one of those things. Whatever the politics may be, but I was set up. I was agreed to do some He-Man covers that did not materialize, and a couple other things. So DragonGuard is an outlet, a creative outlet for me to do my best stuff, and that's what I want to give you guys. It's an amazing looking book, kick-ass looking art, and hopefully the story follows suit. It's my first time really writing something and really getting my hands dirty in the writing arena, and hopefully have a few friends to help me along the way. Mark Anthony, 2099. Great, man. Awesome. Awesome. Great to hear. Oh, cool. Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. I want a sketch of the bandit. Hell yeah, dude. You are getting that, man. That's awesome. I have some friends that would absolutely love you for getting that. So definitely, man. You got it. Bandit is going to be coming up. The man. Blue Boy Hobbies and more. Kevin was Mumbo Jumbo from Silverhawks, your inspiration for Manitar. No, I had actually. I'll tell you a funny story. There was a what was it? A character contest, character creation contest from when Mattel had launched Masters of the Universe Classics, which was a new line of figures that were inspired by the older ones with more modern articulation and things like that. But they were 7-inch figures, and 6.5, 7, whatever the scale is that people go with nowadays. But I think it was 7 and 6 inch. But they launched that, and they had during that line, they had a character creation contest. And I had a couple of characters, but I didn't enter it because I was a DC artist at the time, and I didn't know how that worked because I know Mattel had some contracts with it. So I didn't actually enter my drawings in the contest. And I had them laying around, and Manitar was one of them, or Manitor was one of them. And then later in the forums, I just kind of said, hey, here's a couple of my characters, and everybody seemed to really enjoy the ones I did do, and was like, well, why the hell didn't you put it in the contest? And I was like, well, honestly, I just felt like I didn't qualify because I was a pro, and I didn't think there was no rules against it, I don't think, but just as an etiquette kind of thing, I stayed back. I said, nah, I'm not going to enter it. So these were kind of left over from that, and I was like, hey, I really like the design, so I'm gonna make it cool. So here we go. We got Manitor. You guys can see it. Hey, Captain Health, man, glad to see you, buddy. You've got a package going out, I believe. Your package went out and should be in your hands soon, very soon, my man. Whoa. Wait a minute. Are we right about that, Captain Health? Only $1 away from 21K? Whoa, I need to check that. Hold on. Oh, let me see. Let me double check that just because I am a little unsure whether or not that's right. Because that would be a gigantic step forward. Okay, from what I'm seeing, it's 2099, not 21,000. So just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, that's right. All right, cool. Zombie Kebab is in there. Check your Twitter. Okay, I will be in there. Yeah, he did. You got it. We were actually, I think we've already went past that, but I got what you're saying. Okay, there we go. Um, Thank you, Zombie Kebab. All right, cool. So everything's good. We're having a great time though. That's fine. I was just a little shocked we had gotten up there to 21 if it was that, but that's okay. That's fine because I'm thankful we got a good momentum coming from tonight, and I'm happy. Um, we did that before the 30-day mark in the campaign, so that is awesome. Um, there's a lot of good vibes going around. I want to keep going. Migs is here. Okay, cool, man. Awesome, Migs. Thank you. So we're having a good time. A lot of the regulars. Looking at 12 people, we got 19 likes. Everybody like and share if you can. And for this round of sketch, we started off with a Asrog from Tyler Baker. He got an Asrog. Tyler's a good guy. The reason I did not dox Tyler, hopefully. Everybody, if you're familiar with a show called Fans of Power, it's and even if you haven't heard of it, but it's a YouTube show where they discuss episodes of He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. They talk about the toys, Thundercats toys, things like that. It's fun for the geeks like me. And Tyler's a great guy. I love hearing him. He's a very opinionated dude. Um, and he's refreshing sometimes just to hear somebody just lay it out there and not worry about, you know, keeping up appearances or whatever or offending anybody. He's not overly vulgar, but he definitely gets animated and passionate, and that's why I like him. So we had Asrog, and then we had a lovely red Sonia. Jeremiah Jones backed us, but did not want one. Grit and Guts, I have the power. Hey, Grit and Guts. Hey, how you doing? I think you're a new one to the channel. Okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you're here. Force Ghostbert Reynolds will be, after I finish this one, we'll be getting a bandit from Smokey and the Bandit, who, dude, that's one of the coolest out of the blue commissions I've gotten, or any sketches. So that'll be fun. I think that'll be fun. The trick is always trying to get the likenesses, but usually I'm pretty good at likenesses, so I don't think that'll be a problem. But that's a fun one. A lot of my friends would would say, shake your hand for getting one of those. Captain Hiltz is here, only $1 away from 2,100. Zombie Kebab says, when are you going to draw my Cullen? If you aren't familiar, Cullen is from DragonGuard. Or no, not DragonGuard. Sorry, Dragon Age. Yeah, that's me being goofy. I'm having a Joe Biden moment. Anyway, yeah, Dragon Age. We play Dragon Age. That's a really awesome game. I played all three. Didn't like the second one as much, but they've all been fun games. Very immersive role-playing games. And we got 15 people in, 20 likes. That's good. Considering that there's a ton of things going on, like art auctions and things like that, and streams. Some of the favorite people, like Mike Miller's doing one, and then Gary Shipman, and Comic Artist Pro Secrets is holding an art auction. So we're doing okay. We're doing okay for considering that we got all this crazy content going on at the same time. And if you would just let everybody know that I'm over here doing free sketches. If Captain Hiltz or Mecha McCheese would like to help out and let them know. And so we're just doing free sketches. And if you're out there lurking, listening, the free sketches are, here's how it works. One character per sketch, please. It's 6x8 on this marker mixed media paper. It's one character of your choice. And how do you claim it? Well, you claim it by going in, checking out in the description is a link for DragonGuard, my fantasy book on Indiegogo. And if you check it out, you like what you see and hear, like what you're reading in the description, back us, and then come back with your backer number. You'll be given an email with a backer number. Bring that backer number in here. Let me know, and then tell me what character you want. It's as simple as that. Just the minor rules are no nudity and no graphic violence, because I don't want to incur the wrath of YouTube and lose my channel, and then I won't be able to bring you really cool artwork like this. But basically, you go in, put your backer number in, tell me what character you want. It's pretty much any character. If I can find a reference for it, you got it. Forrest Ghost Burt Reynolds just gave me the Bandit from Smokey and the Bandit. So come on. Gut and Grits. I suck at shadowing. Oh yeah, well, I was trying to get in a little bit of that. You know how cows and bulls and things like that have that. Their skin is darker around like the nose and then the mouth area and things like that. So I'm trying to replicate a little bit of that in the pencils. It's not so much a shadow, like around here, around his eyes would be kind of more. Here we put our shadows and things like that. But I'm not, my strengths are not like with Kanan White or somebody, and where they have a huge grasp of lighting. So if I would say, I wouldn't say it was a weakness, but it's one of my, not my strongest traits, is doing a lot of shadows and things like that. I do it, but I tend to get in there and really crosshatch the hell out of things and want to draw everything. Let's see. Mark Anthony, Light and Darkness, exactly. Captain Hill, so I'm going to go gray in 8 years. Alrighty. Give him some shiny eyes. Throw a little shine in there. But this is for the backers. This is for the fans. For you guys that are out there. A lot of successful campaigns going on today. So thank you for taking your time to come back out here and check out DragonGuard and check out the sketches, helping my little tiny channel. Here he's got his, it's kind of hard to see here, but basically he's got his mouth poked out and there's some little teeth kind of jutting out from his mouth, from his lower lip. Kind of a goofy, get a little grunt there. Kind of a grunty face. All right. And he's got, Minotaur's got these big, huge chains that are clasped around his wrist. Something, you know, just, I don't know what it was, but it's something for like, man, kind of imply that he's been enslaved or chained up or locked away from causing any harm, and he's kind of broken those chains, or chains have been broken for him. That's kind of the idea for him. And it's kind of one of those things where, you know, you wonder if, you know, is he a creature that's been locked up, and that's the way he is. That's why he's a violent, kind of mean character, an antagonist, or either, you know, maybe he's been chained away because he can cause damage. Maybe he was a sympathetic creature. I like playing around with that idea of maybe, you know, you don't know why he was enslaved or chained up. Yep, exactly. Yeah, Mark Anthony. Yep. You remember the name Cryptogore? That's my main villain in all the stuff you see. The Cryptogore is the name of the character, and that's awesome that Mark Anthony has remembered that. You guys, some of the names are catching on a little bit. All right. Boom. These could be some big old teeth stuck and embedded in the club there. Let's see how I'm doing on time. Let me see. I started at a little bit around 9:30. Actually, starting drawing a little bit after that. So, yeah, not too bad. Averaging roughly 30 minutes to sketch. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool schedule, I guess. Hopefully, the quality is there. All right. Let me see. Jeremiah Jones says, what size is the metal print? Generally, the metal prints are, the plan is to be comic size so they can be shipped with the comic, which makes it easier. I don't have to go into like 11 by 17 territory. Yeah, Grit and Guts. Yeah, he's just mad his horn is broke. Yep, exactly. Let me see. Yeah, Jeremiah Jones, I've got quotes for roughly comic size metal prints, and those would be easier to put into the packaging when I mail them. There will be, for special tiers, 11 by 17 metal prints or something close to that. But, you know, those tend to get more expensive. That's why those are add-ons or, excuse me, add-ons or higher price or in the higher price tiers, because the the big ones tend to get pricey, and I didn't know how, along with shipping, because you got to imagine the metal cards themselves have a pretty good heft to them. They weigh a little bit. They're noticeable. And then when you have the comic size, I have no clue of exactly just how heavy those things get. And then when you get to the 11 by 17, you're just talking about more expense, especially in the shipping. Mark Anthony, he looks crazy good. Okay, thank you, brother. I'm glad you like it. So yeah, the prints, the metal prints tend to get, I imagine, are going to get a little bit more heavy as they go. So that's why I hadn't offered 11 by 17 size print. I kind of am treating the campaign as a kind of, you got to crawl before you can run kind of deal. And so if there's a good enough reaction to those prints, the big metal prints, then we can talk about doing that for the next campaign. Another thing for you guys, if you're listening, another thing I'm toying with is making a black and white edition that will be pencils and some inks. It depends, because in the process of doing the book, some of it, I did some pages where they weren't fully pencils. They were, inks on top of a layout and stuff like that. So we're looking at just doing a black and white version that will feature mostly pencils, but a few inks here and there. And it would, just be something cool. So we're playing around with that idea because apparently there seems to be a lot of strong reaction. I've had a few backers and a lot of you regulars asking for a black and white version so you could see the pencils and really get in there. I know they did that with like Jim Lee's Hush, the unwrapped type stuff, with the JLA, and I know Joe Madureira did one with the Ultimates 3, or at least Marvel did. Ultimates 3, they did first they did the first issue, and then they put out a hardbound collected edition of all the issues, and they were, shot straight from pencils. So that's what we're looking at. It sounded like a good idea. You guys have asked me about that. Various people have, so I think that's a good idea. It's just a question of funding an extra version of the book. So it'll either be a stretch goal or it'll be a completely altogether different campaign, and then you guys could check it out. And it won't need a lot. It won't be in color, so I won't have that additional expense other than like the cover or something like that. But it won't, a lot of it'll kind of fund itself. It won't take a lot to fund it. If you guys have a reaction as good as what you're doing for DragonGuard right now, which I thank you guys a lot. I'm fortunate to have you guys. We can keep kicking butt, keep pushing it harder, but I got to thank the people that's got me there so far, and you guys are wonderful. We got 14 people in and 21 likes, so we got a lot of people going. It seems like a good night for this. Mark Anthony, go along with the black and white Titan and Shinobi. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I didn't know if Shinobi Sasquatch had a black and white version or not. So that's the only thing. I hadn't had a lot of extra money to throw around to back some books that I'm curious about. I think the last thing I backed, or I had cash to back, was I believe was Kyle Ritter's Starblades, I think. Because Kyle, had some really interesting stuff. I mean, Starblade was one of, between Starblades and a couple others, that really pushed me over the edge. I was so impressed with what he did with that campaign and the animated intro and all that kind of cool stuff. I was like, that's how you do a campaign, man. That's how you build up interest. That was just so cool. Like you could go in on your Xbox or something like that and pull up YouTube, and then you're on your TV, and if you got a big screen TV and you just check out that animated intro, it was so cool looking. Um, that's the stuff I was talking about. We're kind of like wanting to feel like a kid again. Um, I wanted my book to kind of inspire people, or you have a fun time and kind of feel like you did when you went to the comic shops in the early 90s. And like, one of my favorites is like Pitt, when Pitt was coming out and there's all that hype, and everybody is just buzzed, and that book did great. All the other Image guys were doing great. And going back to like Jim Lee's run on X-Men and how fun that was, you could feel everything building. There's something in the air that was just cool. And I want to give fun stuff like that with Dragon Guard. And here we go with the shackles. Okay. Get his other arm in here. All right. And I'm going to sign this one. This is for Mark Anthony. Let me scribble in here. Okay. All right, I got you in there, and now I believe we're moving on to the Bandit. I think in my. Oh, okay. Dragon Guard has that vibe, and I'm a little uncertain what it is. Dragon Guard is a homage. It's a fantasy book. Let me get you in here. Here's some of the pencils for another page. If you haven't seen it, guys that are in there, in the chat and the lurkers. Fantasy. It's a fantasy book that's kind of a tribute to the 80s cartoons. Books like Battle Chasers, Dragon Age, a lot of your 80s cartoons like Sectars, Masters of the Universe, Thundercats, things like that. And the general story is on a distant planet called Mystera. When an ancient evil arises once more, this mystic order called the Dragon Guard returns, and they're looking to train and guide a sword bearer, and the sword bearer is the son of a blacksmith. So it's a teenage son of a blacksmith. So that's where our story picks up. That's the idea behind it. You're looking at the main character, Aetheron. And, if you want to check this out, there's a Manator right here. Boom, boom, boom. Mark Anthony says, make sure you scan that to add to your texture sketches. Yeah, dude, thank you. Again, I appreciate you wanting to do that. We're going to do that. What Mark Anthony's talking about is we're actually doing a card set. A fellow by the name Frank Clonzo is coloring the card set, and it will feature different artists from like Drawn and Quartered, myself, Siege, and I can't say Siege's last name properly. I'll go back and try it. I'm sorry, Siege. I know you're laughing at me. Siege has done a fantastic looking card. I don't know if she's done yet, but the stuff she's done it looks really cool. She's coloring it herself. It's one of the few that isn't colored by Frank. And it'll be a little miniature card set that you guys will get with some of the characters. Not all of them, but some of them. It just depends on how we go with the Indiegogo campaign. I might be able to afford more, but the general idea is around roughly 8 cards, and you guys will get a card set, kind of a add-on, and I'll be putting that up on Indiegogo soon. But it will be a add-on for your Indiegogo, and it will be. We got a card by Eric Minoltowski, who does Shadow Sentry, and I also did a cover for him. I haven't heard back specifically on his card yet, but it's supposed to be Matt Cosson, who is also a regular. So we're going to have a little tiny little, D&Q kind of card set for you guys. And what Mark Anthony's talking about is he's going to graciously donate this for part of the card set, since it's one of my characters and stuff. So it was a cool idea that they had, and we're running with it. That just came from the interaction here in the chat and stuff from the backers while we're doing this, So anyway, here's some sketches. If you haven't claimed or went into Back DragonGuard, here you go. Boom, 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 boom. Here's what the sketches look like. So if you, 6x8, single character, and you get a really cool sketch. And that's tonight during the show. We've got maybe another hour, no more. Maybe another hour, maybe an hour and a half, but no more than that. I'm looking at my time, and I would definitely want to be careful. But that's what we're doing right now. And what you're looking at on screen is another page I'm working on from DragonGuard. So I sent another page to the colorist today. So you'll be seeing sweet colors pretty soon. And here's here's a good close-up shot of some of the penciling and stuff on this page. And if you want to get really in there and see the drawing. Hopefully I'm not shaking it too much. I'm sorry about that, guys. I tend to have a slightly shaky hand. So many good pages. Well, that's the purpose. Mark Anthony's was addressing one thing I haven't really addressed much. There is a tier for original artwork. I think my prices are pretty reasonable for the single pages. And if you go in there, one of the perks, you get a signed comic, you get cards. I think you get a metal print. You get maybe both versions, the hero and villain copies of the cover, and they will be signed. Or I would say copies of the different covers, the hero's cover version and the villain's cover, and then original artwork. And then any of the original artwork, this is a splash page, so you can get an idea of, there's a tier for, I think, for splash pages, for a couple of splash pages. But generally speaking, this is the effort I'm going to put into these pages. I'm going to make these things sing. Like I said, I want this to be the best work I've ever put out, I want to show people what I'm capable of. So there you go. If you haven't checked this out, this is what some of the pages look like, just to give you an idea. Every page I'm going to put my heart into it, So there you go. So we're going to start on, let's see. I'll tell you what, let's keep it here because I know the camera was playing. The camera was doing some goofy things earlier, and it helped to have some of these things for the camera to focus on. Some of the grays, some of the blacks, and things like that, just to help it autofocus. So he's singing. Laugh out loud. Yeah. Jeremiah Jones, Mark Anthony, whatever one has the bad chick on it. Hey, thank you, Jeremiah Jones. And she'll only get better as the pages go by. The more I get practice in drawing her. Yeah, I had that funny, just a conversation with somebody else. Hey, Mark Anthony even spelled it properly, dude. Thank you. But one of the things somebody was asking me is like, what's it like, or if somebody will ask me about my characters, about drawing my characters, and it's so weird to me because I'll see some of the guys, for the card sets and stuff, draw my characters, and it's so weird for me. Oh boy, here we go again. Yeah, this is what the camera was doing earlier. I just need to get it focused. So we get it focused, and then I move it down. Hopefully it focuses again. And then it gets down here, and hopefully focuses on that image. Okay. And hopefully it will stay that way. We'll try to throw some darker things in here. Um, but anyway, one of the interesting things is, you know, I'm still trying to form the character or get the characters, you know, used to drawing them and how to get them uh, you know, get used to them and kind of, it's new to see other people draw my characters because it's kind of like they haven't even formed in my head yet. Like, you know, there's a process of drawing them over and over and over, and you start to get comfortable, and you give them character. Um, you give them character, you know, through your drawings. There'll be expressions and things like that that you're used to doing with these characters, and they start to congeal and become whole for you. And when they're not there, it's just like seeing other people do it. It's so weird to try to put a um, explanation of how you feel about it. It's like you dig what people are doing and that they're doing it, but at the same time, you're still like, I don't know what this character is supposed to be yet, or what they're they kind of flesh themselves out as you draw them, you know. So the more they're drawn, the more I get a tighter vision of their, you know, archetypes. Like of course, you'll go, okay, this guy is kind of an archetype of this. This guy's the strong guy and the burly guy. This guy's kind of like Worf, very stern. Their humor comes from the sternness of Worf, and you know, like from Star Trek. And so you get similar things like that. But knowing the characters, it only comes through with um, drawing, you know, the characters. And so right now I'm taking a slight break while I try to look up a good shot of Burt Reynolds. As the bandit, so I get like his hat right and all that good stuff. You know, because there's some things you want to make sure you get accurate. You know. All right. Let me see here. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And Mark Anthony. Kevin hasn't named him yet. Yeah, his name is Behemagor. Behemogar. I'm sorry, Behemogar, because he's. I don't want to say anything because I'll give away some of the story points. Um, but there's a reason. I don't know. Anyway, we'll just say his name is Behemogar, and we'll leave it at that. All right, just looking up cool. It's one of those things I'm sitting here looking at reference, and I'm like, you know, it's Burt Reynolds when he's younger, and I'm trying to get uh, a cool look for him. And then you start looking at facial features and analyzing it, and then he's like, hey, man, all it takes is one, you know, little proportional thing or mess something up on the face, and he could easily look like Cheech from Up in Smoke. So my Burt Reynolds could turn into Cheech from Cheech and Chong. So yeah, yeah, I know you guys were talking about the original art, and the original art tiers are open, and here's how it works. It's kind of a first come first serve. So if you bid on the and you bought the original art tier, what I'll do is give you a PDF when all the book is done, and then you get to pick each one in order of your backer number and you know how early you backed. You'll be able to get a chance um, to choose your pages. So you'll be kind of the first ones up to choose your pages, and so if you don't jump on it now, you will miss out on some of your favorite pages if you don't jump in. So the sooner the better when it comes to backing original art tier. Let's see here. All right. You guys are in screen. Okay. I'll just make sure I wasn't. This is one of those fun ones where, you know, it's out of the blue and you're like, okay, but it's kind of a cool, unusual. You don't get a lot of requests like these, so it makes it fun just by the very nature it's out of the blue. And it's like I halfway want to draw Jerry Reed and then kind of mix it up and draw Captain Chaos from Cannonball Run. So Dom DeLuise. This one might take a little longer because I usually, on my likenesses, I kind of measure out everything and work out my photos. All right. Migs, I had to work. Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm glad you're back here. Making McCheezo's Backer 7 through 9, somewhere there. Mig saying, oh, yeah, exactly. Jeremiah Jones. Yeah, thank you. So we got 11 people in, 23 likes, so we're doing good. Glad you guys are out here. So share. Right now, one of the free sketches I'm doing is a Burt Reynolds from Smokey and the Bandit. Sure, get that hat in there right. Let's see. Kevin, Mark, he means launch day, Kevin. I think. Yeah, exactly. I got it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jeremiah Jones. I appreciate it, buddy. And I'll show off this other page I'm working on again shortly. Let's see. So just a warning to everybody out there, the Burt Reynolds might take a little longer because I always tend to measure things out and make sure I get the likeness right and stuff like that. So. I'm kind of giggling because it cracks me up because it's, you know, as I'm analyzing his proportions on his face and stuff and working it out, it's kind of funny how much Burt Reynolds, at least in those movies, he does kind of resemble Cheech Marin a little bit in the face, with the mustache and the longer hair. think even the mustaches are pretty similar. Of course, there's the joke in one of the movies. I can't remember if it was Still Smoking or something, where they went to oh man, Holland or something, and they were confused for Burt Reynolds and Dolly Parton. Cheech and Chong were. It just is so ridiculous. So I think that's kind of hilarious there. Alrighty. I think we're getting pretty close to looking like Burt, I hope. Force Ghost Burt Reynolds, if you're still out there and you're still listening to me, if you haven't taken a break, I know, been here for a little while. But if you want to pop in and tell me that whether or not you're happy with the lightness or not. Let's see, got a wider cheek. Alrighty. Boom, boom, boom. Yes. Kind of a furrowed brow here. Just right at where the nose meets. Cheeks. Yeah, so in one of those movies, I think it was Still Smoking, but yeah, Cheech gets confused for, in Holland, they were getting off a plane or something, and they get confused or mixed up from a plane for Dolly Parton and Burt Reynolds, and it was supposed to be some kind of film festival or something. And so Cheech gets confused for Burt Reynolds, and Chong gets confused for Dolly Parton. And I don't even understand how that worked. There's Nighthawk Warrior. Hey, hey, what's up? Thank you, Captain Hiltz. Appreciate it. Requested Tom Selleck Magnum PI. Thank you, Captain Hiltz. Making cheese. Who is turned to Fergus? Oh, that's a great one, dude. All right, boom. Now, where is Force Ghost Burt Reynolds? Where are you at, buddy? I need your input. Well, anyway, if Force Ghost Burt Reynolds is not here, that's okay, because we'll keep on rocking and rolling. All right, for everybody else out there lurking, we got 24 likes, 12 people. It dropped from 13. Please back DragonGuard. The link is in the description. There's also a link in the chat. And if you go to Indiegogo, back DragonGuard, you'll be given a backer number. And once you're given a backer number, you come back with that backer number, post it in the chat. Let me know what character you want. We've only got about an hour left in the stream. Or if the stream slows down and there are no backers, we'll just call it a night. But I want to give you at least half hour to an hour. See if we get some more backers in. And luckily, tonight you guys have helped me cross the goal of 20,000, which is absolutely awesome of you guys. Everybody here that's been hanging out, thank you. We'll take a look in here. So we're at 20.99. We're at 20.99. So next backers, help us put us over there, over into the 2,100 area. Stretch goals, let's do it. Yeah, there's definitely stretch goals. Some of the stretch goals we're looking at doing is card sets. We're also looking at extra pages. So we get to a certain point, around 23,000, we add extra pages to it. I believe it's 8 extra pages. And let's see, let's go through the list right now while we're here. We're having a little time. We'll maybe give Force Ghost Burt Reynolds the chance to come back in and see what he thinks so far before I start inking this bad boy. Our stretch goals are listed as soon as my iPad decides to work with me. Okay, we got extra pages of story. We have a set of the cards, the drawn and quartered crew. We're looking at also a sketchbook, The Art of DragonGuard, and that'll be roughly around when we get to the 35,000 mark. 45,000, you get your choice of 11 by 17 metal prints for either the covers or the promo art. The promo art is the one that you've seen time and time again of him with the sword, and it's kind of a collage of all the characters. Basically, I want to do some more promo art, but the problem coming down is I'm running out of cash to give my colorist, and so it was one of those things where I'm paying everything until the book, gets funded and I can handle that. Everything that we were doing, I was paying out of pocket, and I hadn't had a whole lot of work from Marvel in the last year, so I had been doing like drawn and quartered and Friday night auctions and things like that. So Norm Macdonald is the best. Yes. Did you see Norm Macdonald doing playing Burt Reynolds' son? Burt Reynolds had a character on My Name is Earl called Chubby, and Norm Macdonald, who is visibly way taller than Burt Reynolds, was playing Burt Reynolds' son, Little Chubby, and the name is there. They were strip club owners, so but they're on My Name is Earl. They're great characters. They're really funny. But yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm looking at Burt Reynolds. Let's see if we get this right. Okay. So here we go. Using a blunted pencil. I don't know if you guys see it, but we don't have a sharpener. We forgot my sharpener, so this is going to be interesting. I do have a better one for detailing, so we'll get that. All right, let's see. All right. The thing I kind of do when I do these is I try to get all the detail in the penciling as tight as possible, so I know I don't have any mistakes when I go to ink these things, because things can go to hell real quickly if you start inking something and you're kind of like, hey, this doesn't work the way I want it to work, so try to always get it as tight as possible in the pencils, and then when I go into inking, not a lot of room for making mistakes. right, here we go. Alrighty. All right. I think we're good. I think we're good. Let's see. Okay. It's the Burt Reynolds alternate cover. Exactly. Mark Anthony, how much for a DragonGuard animated feature? Dude, if I could find somebody, yeah, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. That would be amazing. Jeremiah Jones says that also. That would be awesome. Jimmy Reyes, thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Hey, Dragon, what's going on, man? Yeah. Well, I've got it. I'm kind of booked up right at the moment. I've got a few guys, but I'm definitely appreciate the offer, and we'll see where things go. I definitely can give you some black and white line artwork if you want to check that out. Hey. Thanks for coming in, Jimmy. All right, let's see. Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. I haven't seen him around. He might have ducked out for a few minutes. But I'm going to jump in here. Let's go to get the Burt Reynolds done. And then if there's somebody else, let's try to spread the word. Somebody wants a free drawing. They're 6x8. They're free. For backers of DragonGuard, all you do is go to the Indiegogo page. The link is in the description. And also, if you get happen to get a sketch, and the link's in the description. You go in there, back DragonGuard, and then when you come back here to the chat, give me your backer number. Then when you give me your backer number, tell me what character you want. One character. Any character you want that I can find reference for. It's the internet, so it should be pretty good. Just hit me up with your backer number in the chat. Let me know what you want, and then we'll go from there, and I will sketch it out. We've got about half hour to an hour left in the show. So you still got a chance to get a sketch before I call it a night. Let y'all see the process. Just taking a look at the chat real quick. know Miggs was in here earlier. I'm sure Miggs is checking out stuff, or maybe checking out Mike's stream. I know there's a lot of people doing streams tonight, or roughly around this time, and we got to fight for my little tiny channel to be noticed, and that's okay. That's good. We're building. But we want DragonGuard to be a success, so you guys share, like, whatever. Let people know. And then we'll be calling it quits here in about a half hour to an hour. All right. Oh yeah, Mark Anthony, no problem, dude. Yeah, about the scans. Yeah, that's cool, man. Oh, oh, cool, Mix. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for still being along, man. Some of this finer detail, I might have to switch to another pen. Make sure these things come out nice. Let's see. So if we get a little quiet, I'm trying to be extra precise here. So if I'm rambling on before, then this is a nice little lull in the rambling. But otherwise, put some fine lines in here. All right. Dark shadow here. Let me just map out my shapes. Plot twist: Burt Reynolds is the real villain of DragonGuard. Yep, Cryptogore answers to him. Yeah, it's a big floaty head in a cauldron. Burt Reynolds, and he's the man. Alrighty. Will Burt be Cheech Marin or will he be Burt Reynolds? Or will he be Tom Selleck? Let's see how this turns out. All right. The pressure will soon be off once the inks are. That's always the hard part because when you're doing inks on something, you're slapping down a cold, hard line. It will not. It's not, very forgiving. Once a line is down, it's down. If you don't get it, you haven't gotten it. There isn't much changing. You get a little white out, but it'll still get messy. So once you do it, it's there. Excuse me. Trusty sidekick. Mark Anthony, brought to you by M. Night Shyamalan. What a twist! I believe that's your reference to the robot chicken there, my man. What a twist! If you got any crowd shots, you should hide a bird in there. Yeah, dude, I'll do that. I'm gonna hide Tyler in there. Tyler, who was in here earlier. Tyler, friend of mine from the Fans of Power podcast, and he's a good guy, and I'm going to hide him in several scenes in the book myself. And also, if you want to be hid in the book, or maybe not even hidden, if you'd like to be in the book, there is a tier on DragonGuard, a perk for you to back if you want to check it out, where you can be three separate people, I believe, either 3 or 5. I'm thinking it's 3 though. You can purchase that and be in DragonGuard. I will draw you in there in a prominent scene, either in the taverns or as a member of the Royal Guard, where there'll be prominent scenes where you actually see them. So you can be put in the book. So if you want to back that, I can put you in DragonGuard. And you will get the page. That's the other thing. You will get the page that you appear on. They will be taking out of the lot of pages that are bid on. And so there's 3 specific pages. So is it coming together, guys? This is a pretty good likeness. Do you think this is working? The Bandit. There we go. Put a little squinty on the sides there because I know Bert smiled a lot, so I got a little squinty on the little crow's feet, a little squint going on the sides. Try to pay attention to those things, like what makes a person, his likeness, who they are. Try to look for those little things, kind of like a caricature artist. Let's see. Looking back at some of the other pictures. Make sure I get this. I like that band he had around there. Okay. All right. Bravery test. Boom. Shadow on the hat there. And there we go. Alrighty. All right. There we go. Yeah, Mick and McCheese, I'm definitely paying attention. Add a goatee for Mirror Universe, Bert. Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's see. Maybe I'll put a little extra something. So if we get another backer, we can move on from Burt Reynolds. Let's see what we're doing here. Okay. Let's see, we got 13 people in, 26 likes. So a lot of people came in, like what they saw. They're not here right now. You need to come back in, hang out. Or you may be checking out Mike's stream. I don't want to interrupt that either. So we'll hang out here. See if I can be brave and actually work on his nose. All right. Bravery test. Yeah, that's not too bad. That didn't come out too bad, did it? Ruined the whole damn thing. All right. There you go. Force Ghost, Burt Reynolds, I have got your bandit, and he is ready. All right, there we go. So I'll write that down here. And let's see. Let's get crazy just a little bit more. Jeremiah Jones. Okay, I'm jealous of the sketches now, and I want one. ID is 311. Oh, okay. All right, cool, brother. Thank you. I know you had gotten the What is it? The Jeremiah Jones. Thank you, brother. Dude, thank you. I appreciate it, man. Okay, we'll get there. Yours is the next one. Jeremiah Jones already got a digital copy earlier too, so here we are. Guess I'm gonna have to make it extra special. He's going in and doing 2 backers this evening. All right, what do we think? Is that a fair Burt Reynolds, or is that off the mark and it sucks? Did Archer back DragonGuard and ask for the sketch? Oh, Roscoe Davis. Hey, buddy. Yeah, it was Force Ghost Burt Reynolds. I don't know what his real name is, but Double Back Club. There you go, buddy. I like that. That's funny. That works. Well, I thank all you guys for going in, and if you're checking out other things you want and you want to pick up a sketch too, man, that's great. Thank you. All right. Let me put this in the description for anybody that's out there, because I know maybe Force Ghost Burt Reynolds didn't see it, but I'm going to put it in here. This thing. Oh, what'd I do? All right. Let's see. .com or Given Sharp Art at Facebook. Hit me up there. These addresses are where you can send me your address for your sketches. Some of you guys have bought stuff before. I know I got you, but just in case, we want to put that up there for you guys. Mark Anthony Quad Back Club. Yeah, man. Dude, Mark Anthony, you're so generous, man. Thank you for being interested in liking my artwork. If I haven't said it properly, or if I hadn't said it enough, it's like I really appreciate guys like you, or fans of what I'm doing. And you guys been really patient too. Thank you. This jumping in the waters and really running everything with the campaign and getting out there and promoting has been a new arena. Takes a lot out of you a little bit, because especially if you're not somebody who's generally talkative, it can tend to be intimidating. So thank you for being patient with me. Thank you for hanging in there, and thank you for backing the book. All I want to give you guys is a badass looking book, so, and I'm just slowly rendering in some final details here. There we go. All right. Here we go. Draken, I'll refrain from being nitpicky. Oh boy. All right. Okay, so we're waiting on Jeremiah Jones, who's been kind enough to back Roscoe Davis. New arenas are no match for badass flatterers like Kev Hall. Thank you for the confidence in me, man. Thank you so much, dude. There are tough days where I definitely do not feel like a badass gladiator. So thank you, man. Jeremiah Jones, Burt Gummer. What in the world? Jeremiah Jones, is that an actual person or something that you wanted me to draw? Or, You just joking around. More stashes. Hey, I can't promise all these likenesses. Oh, okay, from Tremors. Okay, let me look it up here real quick. Might take me a second. I've seen Tremors before, but dude, it's been so long that I couldn't tell you. Oh, dude, yeah. I know. Yeah, it's the dad from Family Ties. I can't remember his name, the actor's name, but it's the dad from Family Ties. I got you. Do you want him with sunglasses? Do you want him with or without sunglasses? That's totally up to you. I'm pretty sure that's the dude from Family Ties. Yeah, Michael Gross. Yeah, there we go. Yep. That's funny. All right, let me see if I can work this out here. This will be an interesting one because it's definitely not somebody I usually think of, or I'm very familiar with. I mean, like I said, I've seen Tremors before, but God, it's been ages. Let's see. It's the night of the stashes, man. Oh, you want the sunglasses? Okay, cool. All right, we can do that. Grit and Guts still going strong. Awesome, cool. Yeah, man. Dude, yeah, I'm still here. We're hanging in. I made a promise. You guys are going to get at least a couple hours out of me, and we're probably going to go a little further. Um, we're definitely doing this sketch for Jeremiah Jones, and if anybody backs during the last 30 minutes or so while I'm doing this sketch, I might be able to fit you in here. So definitely. Go check out DragonGuard, fantasy book inspired by 80s cartoons. I'd like to think that we're going to give you some badass artwork. You go look at the Dragon Age Indiegogo page and you scroll through all the artwork. You make your mind up. But I think it's awesome. I think I'm going to give you some really cool pro quality work. I know a lot of times, sometimes with the books we get, maybe some of the campaigns maybe aren't as strong for your $25, and we try to give you, I'm going to give you the best stuff of my career, and we'll put it like that. I don't want to trash anybody, so I won't name names or any kind of crazy stuff like that. But let's just say the point is to give you pro quality work on your indie books, and that's what I'm here for. And it's just high octane, badass artwork. It's the best stuff I can do. It's it's something that a lot of times when you saw like the books like you'd see in the 80s, the only comics, they didn't put Jim Lee or anybody like that on your like your He-Man comics or Thundercats comics or stuff like that. They didn't really put like the hottest guys on the books to drive the sales up back then. And so like their Star Comics imprint, their Star Comics imprint, didn't have your best guys. And so my aim was kind of like, hey, what if you got those kind of cool licenses or something like that, but you put, your heart and soul into them, and you make them the best looking books, and that's what the intent with Dragon Guard is. It's so weird to see Michael Gross all tanked out and got the guns and ready to go, and you just for me, I just think of him as the dad on Family Ties. So crazy. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, cool, cool. Let me see. Draken. I'm not gonna get into it, man. I'm not gonna get into it. Um, yeah, Dragon Age. If I said Dragon Age, I'm sorry, Dragon Guard. But Dragon Age has got or Dragon Guard's got a little bit of influence from Dragon Age. It's not, Um, Jeremiah Jones, Michael Gross loves playing that character. That's so crazy, man. I mean, it's just, uh, it's one of those things where you don't think of them like that. The really gung ho characters. I'm glad he does like playing that character. Um, Sure, Mark Anthony. While I'm thinking about that Thundercats commission you had on Twitter, what would have been the rate for one of the pages with the amount of characters and the detail on them? Yeah, that Thundercats. I'm trying to think of which one you're talking about. I put a new one with He-Man and with Lion-O teamed up. Are you talking about that one where it had the Thundercats villains, um, and the He-Man villains teamed up and they're attacking Lion-O and He-Man? That was the most recent thing I put up. Um, unless I know I did have a jam piece on one of the I did have a jam piece a long time ago, a long time ago, and I posted an older piece up. But was it a double page spread, or are you talking about the one that was kind of more lengthwise? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I should say the rate over the over the stream or not, because I don't. Number one, I don't want to turn you off if I say it, and another thing is I don't want to necessarily. Yeah, the double page. Yeah. Let me see. Mark, you're on Twitter, right? If how about I tell you there? Um, I gave a special rate to my friend. That was actually Tyler Baker, who came in earlier. That was a piece for him, and that was a special rate for him. So, the yeah, yeah, I'll tell you then. But it's we can talk. We definitely can talk, man. But that kind of spread, I gave him a 12 characters, a limit of 12 characters, so 6 on each side. If that helps you, some of the information. What do you think, Jeremiah Jones? Am I on the right track there, brother? Mark Anthony, 4,000 Zimbabwe dollars. Got it. Dragon, yeah. It's not as steep as anything like you would think it would be. I had did so special rate for Tyler because Tyler buys a lot of commissions from me, and you would get this. Let me put it this way: because of your standing, you would get the same treatment. And that's the best way to say it, because you bought multiple things from me. But it would be 12, a limit of 12 characters. If that helps you. All right, cool. Just trying to make sure I get that mustache right. All right, cool. All right, here we go, Jeremiah Jones. I'm just going to lighten it up so when I go in the inking, everything isn't too heavy. All right. I don't know if that's a joke or maybe he just kind of mixed it up. Jeremiah Jones says, the dad from Family Matters. He's got a smooth chin line there. Not so thick a neck. So everybody out there that's lurking, what we're doing tonight is we're doing a free sketch drawing stream for DragonGuard, not Dragon Age, but for DragonGuard. And if you go to check out DragonGuard, the link is in the description. Just check that out. You go hit that link, go check out DragonGuard, look through all the art, the perks and everything. And if you decide to back us, come back here with your backer number. They'll give you a backing number. Let me know what that is, and I'll draw a sketch. I'm down to almost wrapping it up. So during the duration of this stream, if you want to back it, get in, get the last sketch of the night. Making sure I get these glasses in here. Get those glasses. 80 sunglasses. Humphrey Bear, do you ever use a light box? Roscoe Davis, I see what you're saying, man. That'd be cool if somebody needs to put that under his nose there on Twitter or something like that, or Instagram. I know he's on Instagram a lot. Humphrey Bear, do you ever use a light box? Absolutely. Give you an idea. Here you go. Let me take a little. If you look right here, here's where I worked out on my anatomy on my figure. If you look, done it in a red pencil. And yeah, I did use the light box. That's where part of this came from. I'm working out all the little details, and then I flip it over and then slap it on a light box. It keeps me from making a lot of mistakes because I tend to press really hard on the paper, and I'm trying to train myself to not draw as hard as I do. But even then, I still press pretty hard. So the light box helps me kind of train myself not to do that, and I try to pay attention to the pressure that I'm putting on it, and go from there. So yeah, absolutely, I do use the light box. I got one at home on my drawing table. All right, we're going to go into inking now. So if you have not backed DragonGuard for the evening, remember, you only get your free sketch during the stream. So if you get a chance to, you back DragonGuard, you're going to set yourself up for a free sketch. Let's see. And I know he's got a little bit of gray from the stills that I'm looking at for reference. He's got a little bit of gray in his mustache. I know the Tremors movies were several of them, so I'm not sure how many he appeared in, but it looks like from the stills I see that he kind of, grayed a little bit over the course of the series. Dragon, a commission with Dragon wants Fonzie, Mort. I can handle that. Balky. Oh man, why would you want to put Rachel Maddow in your commission? I don't know. Oh my goodness, it's Rachel Maddow. Urkel, yeah, I can. Yeah, that might be fun. Topanga, that won't be a problem. She ain't hard on the eyes anyway. Bob Saget and Alfonso Ribeira. My daughter would love that. She watches America's Funniest Home Videos. So he's in all 6 stars in 4 of them. Okay, cool. Little trivia, little Tremors trivia from Jeremiah Jones. That's another thing. Is sometimes people with pronounced noses, they got to watch it because the question is always how to handle that delicately and not go too overboard. Same thing applies here. That was with the Burt Reynolds. I could go in and end up making him look too much like Cheech Marin or Magnum PI, and here I could end up making him look too much like Stan Lee or somebody like that, or Richard Petty. Yeah, so there's, it's always about, trying to make sure you get it as close as you can. Look at the little nuances in their faces and stuff. So. Alright. Okay, let's see. got a couple of cool characters that are out of the range of things that I normally draw, but it's not unheard of. I like to do a lot of life drawing in my sketchbook, so this isn't very hard. It isn't too hard. A little intimidating to do it on a live stream. It's like, hey, can you do a likeness on a live stream while everybody's watching you? All right, let's look at his glasses. Take a look here. From the stills I can see, I'm hoping I'm getting the nose piece right on the glasses. Okay, sorry, getting a little quiet. I pay attention to a lot of the details and tend to get a little quiet. We don't want a dead stream. Okay, we got 12 people, 28 likes. There's a lot of people popping in. Give me a thumbs up. Jeremiah Jones is looking great. Kev, cool. Roscoe Davis, have you ever drawn Mr. T? Yeah. When I believe it or not, when I was a kid, and I won't say there was a good likeness, but when I was a kid, I was a huge fan of 18. So, and yeah, Mr. T, BA was my my favorite character on the show. My dad liked what was George Papard's character? I can't remember his name. I'm drawing a blank right now, but yeah, he was a fan of him. Mark Anthony says, "I pity the fool." All right. Okay. Like, I always try to study the nuances of people's faces when I'm doing likenesses, and you're trying to measure. It's like, how far is this person's, uh, you know, how thick is the guy's mustache, and how much does it come up? How much does it cover the mouth? How much? What kind of angle is the mustache at? You know, and cheeks, trying to figure out are they high or lower cheek. You know, all kinds of crazy stuff we pay attention to, or try to pay attention to. Let's see what shadow we're going to throw in here. You guys are having an interesting conversation in the chat, I see. Let's see. Hope everybody's having a cool conversation or a cool thing going on in the chat over at Mike's stream. Don't worry, perfection is only mandatory. Oh, yeah, you guys aren't making it hard in the slightest there. Dragon. Mike's stream doesn't exist. Roscoe Davis, I don't think Mike is still streaming, is he? Oh, okay. All right, it might have ended. All right. Well, I didn't want to. I wanted to pop in, but it's one of those things where we're definitely going to keep going for the fans. We're going to keep going for the people that wanted to back. So. It's the All Kev Hulk show, baby. Oh, okay. All right. Well, we'll keep working then. The Saturday night into Sunday, I imagine he probably does want to just chill with the family. Okay, I'm hoping I navigated the Stan Lee, Richard Petty route with drawing him, and that this looks more like Bert than Stan, or not that there's anything wrong with Stan, but I want to make sure that I give Jeremiah what he wanted. I mean, if I accidentally sketched and bumped into a Stan Lee drawing, I ain't gonna bitch about it. Excuse my language. Alright. So here we go. We got a few more minutes here, the duration of the sketch. If there's somebody that wants to back DragonGuard and got a sketch you want, Jeremiah Jones, I got a 10-minute chuckle and a great head sketch, so I'm happy. And Dragon, Bert, and Ernie. Are we going to keep up with the Bert theme or something? Okay. Jeremiah Jones, what were you laughing about? What got you laughing pretty good? All right. Boom. All the Berts, all right here. That's right. One-stop shop for all your Bert needs. Yes. It's good luck. The Berts have been good luck to me tonight. All right. I believe that's a bandolier strap that he's got on. Oh, son of a. All right. All right. Let me see if I can do this. This is going to be interesting. Okay. Let's see if I can do this with some kind of accuracy. If I ever pay for a commission, it will be of the Bat family, basically, in a group, a couple off. Oh, okay, cool, cool. Just a sketch. Never thought I'd get a Burt Gummer pick. Well, you have done it. I don't mind people getting a little crazy and throwing out odd choices. Sometimes it just depends. Like, some days I'll have a good day and things are, I'm flowing and I feel like the confidence is up and I can actually draw what people want me to draw. And sometimes it's a nice change of pace that kind of shocks you out of the same old, same old. And I'll slap some white out on here, kind of tidy up some of these bullets here. Okay. Cool. Mark Anthony, one of Kevin's unnamed characters is probably a Burt. You know what? Maybe I can do that as like a suffix or a prefix or something like that in their name or something, uh, Bertigor or something like that, I'll do that just for you, one of the guys. Maybe it's a furry guy. Maybe I'll do something like that, name him a Burt something. Just for Mark Anthony, because he's been kind. It'll be a subtle joke for the people who were there and knew it and saw it go down. I am Bird of the Dragon. Oh, Lord. You guys are killing me tonight. That's great. All right, we got 13 people in here. We keep jumping in and out. Whoops, getting ready to knock over my camera here. So we're going to be wrapping up, unless somebody wants to swoop in and back DragonGuard one more time for tonight. We're going to call this a night here in a few minutes or so. If you're listening and you don't know what's going on, you say, hey, why is he drawing? What's going on here? I have a fantasy comic book called DragonGuard. It's on Indiegogo. The link is in the description. And if you go in there, check out DragonGuard, you dig it, you think it's awesome, think it's the bee's knees, please back it. If you think you want to do so, you got the extra cash. Don't go reckless. I know with the virus out here and everybody's trying to stock up, don't go reckless. But, if you got the extra change and you see something you like original art or just signed copies of the book, the perks there, back it. And when you back it, they'll give you an email or a number in there that would be your backer number. Right now, we're closing it on 300, so it would roughly be like 300 and something, even though there was some refunds earlier. So the refunds have kind of staggered it. So even when it says you're 306 or 307, you're actually like 290 something. But anyway, you go in there, you get a backer number, come here, post it in the chat, and then I will draw you a character of your choice, single character, no nudity, because I don't want to get kicked off YouTube. That would hurt my promotional tools. All right. Okay, Roscoe Davis, Bertanus. Okay. I said it. I said it because, you know, hey, you probably want me to say it. Bertania. It's not Bert, it's Berthold. Bertandalus. Bertimus. Mike McMahon, I backed it, and so should everybody else. Hey, Mike McMahon, you popped on in here. Hey, brother. Glad to see you around, dude. Thank you for just checking out the stream. We're sketching away. All right. Now, I don't have time for the lettering on his hat, and I can't make it out, but I will draw in a placeholder for right now. And we'll put that funky lettering on there, maybe, if I can figure it out. My lettering skills, I am not Jedi level yet, so I can't really do a lot of letters and things. And if you're tuning in, I'm drawing a free sketch of Burt Gummer from Tremors. If you've seen those movies. Get some of his brow in there. Make sure we get the firm up that likeness a little bit. Taking a look at a photo one more time just to make sure I get the shadows. So there we go. Got a little shadow going on there with him. There we go. So this is for Jeremiah Jones. Mark Anthony 312. Oh, Mark Anthony, did you go in and back again? Dude, thank you again, man. That is awesome. All right. Oh, I shudder to think what Mark Anthony is going to have me to draw now. Putting the pressure on me with these likenesses. All right, let me sign this for Jeremiah Jones. All right, Jeremiah Jones. There's your Bert. Quint Club, yes, sir. All righty. Okay, this will probably be the last one, so we're gonna cut it off if we have no more. Okay, all right. Here we go. All right, if you're just jumping in real quick before we end this stream with the last sketch, here's a page from DragonGuard that I am working on. If you want to look at just some of the more finished looking stuff, or the in progress, and how I do my finishing and drawing and all that good stuff. Let's see if we can get it up here in the camera. Will the camera focus? There you go. pull back a little bit. Let the camera catch up. Pull back again. Camera is a little funky tonight. There we go. It's focusing on there. So there you go. Thanks, Mike McMahon. Appreciate it, buddy. Jeremiah Jones, love it. Awesome, dude. Glad you do. Cool. All right. Let's see. We're on the last one, I think, for the night. I gotta get home before zombie kebab kills me. Last sketch, I guess. All righty. My man, Mark Anthony, hit me up. Let me know what you want. Fantastic, fantastic turnout. Thank you, guys. This is awesome. You're getting your villain collection in. You want Cryptogore. Sweet, man. That is cool. Making it easy for me with my cards, my card series. So Mark Anthony will own the original art from the card set by default. That's pretty cool. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see. I'm going to go with Cryptogore. I don't want to copy myself, but at the same time, I'm trying to figure out something from a bust sketch that would be kind of action-packed. All right. It's going to be triangular. This headpiece comes over, and it's a snake, kind of a, well, alien snake. I can throw the shape in, play with the shape a little bit, but it's a snake head on the headdress, that is. Snake head with an eyeball protruding from the snake's mouth. I thought that was pretty, would be a kind of a creepy looking visual. All right. Working out the structure. Always work. You know, a lot of people, when I tell them, you know, I get some people ask me, how you do this and this and that. And I tell them, I was like, look, man, it's honestly just working and beat the hell out of your brain by doing sketches of building things with your structure. You know, your fundamentals of your cubes, your cylinders, your pyramids, your whatever you want to say, triangles, whatever, and constructing everything. You get some loose lines in there, rough out what your kinetic energy, what your you know, the flow. You know, you try to figure out like they tell you, you know, your main action line, try to get your swoop in, try to figure out, you know, guys like Joe Madureira and people like that are really good at that. They just put this you know, this flow and swoop and stuff into the, you know, makes their stuff really action packed, you know. John Buscema, just tons of people. I mean, always thinking about center of gravity, your action, your movement of your character, and things like that. And so I try to figure that out a little bit with my poses. I'm not as good as those guys are, but that's kind of my center. That's kind of my thinking, you know, when I go to draw something. Let's see. Dragon, no commissions for Kim Jong-un yet. Now, no memorial drawing's been asked for yet. You know, it's one of those things. Sorry, hasn't been memorialized in comic art just yet. You are worthless, Alec Baldwin. You are worthless, Alec Baldwin. I know that's Kim Jong-il. No supreme leader. All right. And the thing about it is, it's actually like a lot of this, like the design of Cryptogore is actually, it's besides the obvious influences like Skeletor or Mumra, things like that, but the general idea behind this character is more of a bat, like the nose crinkles up in the front like that, like a bat, and generally I try to think of as much creepy imagery. It doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of the style. It's got a little bit of the Egyptian thing. I'm trying to go for alien Egyptian kind of feel. But a lot of it is a mishmash of things. You got the snake and the snake with the eyeball popping out, and then you've got the nose and everything else is like a bat. And really just make his eyes as intense as possible, and just that's the whole idea. Just try to make a memorable villain, in the design as much as possible, and still try to avoid, don't try to steal from Mumra, or don't try to rip off anything. You're inspired by, but not steal it, and I definitely don't need the lawsuit, So it was kind of one of those things I threw. It's like, what is the creepiest looking kind of imagery I could think of in terms of his visual? And he still has to be alien. That's been the hardest part of this story, is trying to figure out, or the hardest part of the designs in general is trying to figure out what looks alien versus, it's got an Egyptian kind of feel to his stuff, but it's very it's still on an alien world and that kind of thing. Mark Anthony trademark. This is my OC. Predator. Yeah, exactly, Predator. But the hard part has been trying to figure out things. I mean, I threw in every little, if something I thought could kind of work a little bit, like I did this chest piece, and eagle-eyed fans might, if you're a wrestling fan, if you're paying very close attention, the chest piece, the harness with the shredded bandages, you think it was like, oh, that's Mumra or something like that. No, it's not Mumra. It's actually from The Rock when he was debuting as, or he come to the ring, and what was it, Rocky Maivia, and his chest piece had these like little teeth or something, little diagonal little white things, and then had long strip streamers hanging off the front, these little streamers hanging off the sides of it and stuff like that. And so it was kind of like, hey, I got the bandages, let me do this. And then I kind of saw a picture of it, and I was like, yeah, that kind of looks interesting. Let me see if I can make it look cool, cool and maybe not goofy or whatever. And that's where that kind of came from. So if you're a wrestling fan, you might spot that. Jeremiah Jones, I bet Rock wants to forget those days. I don't think he wants to forget it quite as much as maybe the Flex Kavana. He used to be in the even before the Rocky Maivia days, he was a character called Flex Kavana, and oh man, when he was training in Mid-South Wrestling or something like that, I can't remember. I'm probably screwing that up, but it was something along those lines. So. Channeling the Scorpion King before that was a thing. Yeah. Draken, I thought you were going for Undertaker or Super Shredder's costume. No. But anyway. let's just say I was inspired. I saw little things. I was like, how do I make this harness look cooler? And then I just saw it as like, hey, he had those things kind of hanging off. And I wouldn't say that the attire was cool, but it gave me an idea of, it's like what looks different or what looks like an out of the ordinary um, for a villain, I guess. And not necessarily rogue it from Mumra or something like that. And that's what I ended up with. Okay, I'm just trying to get because there's a lot of details. It's some kind of alien spider that I try to design that I was trying to put on the chest harness, and the legs come up and fan out on the spider, and then underneath is some runes that are glyphs or runes or whatever you want to say that run along the length of his chest harness. And he actually has a lower lip that's so if you're in here and you're checking us out, we're at 13 people still. So we've got a steady stream of viewers. Got 29 likes. That's great. We're doing the DragonGuard free sketch thingy for tonight. So if you go in back DragonGuard, you get a free sketch. We're going to be winding it down. This is probably the last sketch of the night because it's going to take a little bit to get it done. But if you want to check it out, I've done a bunch of different sketches. We started off with the Azrog from He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, the Filmation cartoon. It was a character only on the show, a villain. And then we went to Red Sonja. So we had a Red Sonja sketch in here. What I'll do is real quick for everybody that's watching. All right, here we go. Here we go. So we have an Azrog from the Filmation cartoon. Good night, Roscoe Davis. Thanks for coming in, buddy. If you're heading on out, there we go. So there's Azrog. There is a Red Sonja that I did live. Manator, a villain character from my book, DragonGuard. Here we go. And then we have the Bandit, Burt Reynolds. And then we have Burt Gummer. So we're continuing the Burts here. So there you go. So if you're just coming in, those were sketches. We're working on the last one, my villain Cryptogore from Mark Anthony. Mark Anthony also got the Manator sketch you just saw. Mark Anthony is supporting us, and I really appreciate it. I'll get to jumping in on inks here just shortly. All right. Yeah, Mark Anthony, Final Fantasy last time. Yep. All things Burt this time. There we go. Captain Hiltz, it's a smoking deal just for the sketch. Thank you, Captain Hiltz, man. Keep a lookout, Captain Hiltz. Your package is coming to you. I will try to get with you on the tracking number as soon as I can. Jeremiah Jones. I love how the sketches get weirder as the night goes on. Yeah, we got a little crew in here that's being creative, seeing what you can throw at me. Now, Force Ghost Burt Reynolds was in here, and he had backed us and asked for a Bandit sketch. So, you know, how can I say no? I have a few of my friends that are big Smokey and the Bandit fans, so I had to try to make it a nice sketch for those guys to see. I might have the head a little high. Let's see if we can fix that. There we go. Yeah, it looks a little bit more natural now. Hat tipped you as well. Thank you, Mark Anthony. All right. Everybody kind of called in tonight, and I'm still rolling. Let's see. Get those spider legs in here. So anyway, with Cryptogor's design, I just try to pull out some of the creepier kind of aspects that I could think of for him. Spiders and the snakes and bats and all kinds of things like that. Try to figure out how I can incorporate that without beating you over the head with it. So he's got this weird, there's a little section of it that comes in, there's a little band that runs right here that's red, and then it's got a rocky kind of weird texture on it. Was like the Thing's rock texture or something. And then we have, you know, just some random kind of glyphs or runes or something. Just random, kind of like an alien language or something that runs along the bottom. And we run these bandages that run kind of hang off there a little bit. Grits and guts, like to share them on social media. Yeah. Kevin Sharp, let's see. Did you decide on a possible line art variant version of the book? Oh yeah, Captain Hills. I'm working on. I'm just trying to figure out what makes the most sense. I know it won't be as expensive as doing color, so that's a plus. It's just right now, I guess I'm leaning towards doing another Indiegogo campaign that's separate with a black and white line art version. just because, you know, making it a perk or something like that, I don't know how much I could drum up, or I can't gauge how much I could drum up the extras with the perk to pay for the printing of the book, and um, you know, and whether or not it could profit for itself, you know, doing it like that, I don't know. So the idea is, you know, doing a separate campaign, either that or a stretch goal. Grit and guts. I'm terrified to get my character stolen. Do you have any advice for this, or maybe how you feel about it? One thing, you try to be as respectful as you can. There's people out there that are always going to kind of borrow bits and pieces or something like that. That happens sometimes. Some people blatantly swipe. I mean, I guess there can be legal recourse, but it depends on if you can afford a lawyer and send out cease and desists. Um, I try my very best not to deliberately swipe anything. I try to avoid it. Um, it's one thing to be inspired by something. I mean, the general idea about, for example, just using an example. I'm not saying you're implying or anything like that, but just using an example with DragonGuard, mine is kind of it's inspired by, and it's a love letter to the 80s cartoons and things like that, but no specific one. And I tried really hard to go, how, you know, my bad guy's got to do this, and my bad guy's, you know, in a vein of something like this or this, but how can I keep, if I design something, say, how can I stay as far away from this character or this character as possible if I can help it, you know, and not intrude on certain designs or certain things, you know. And you just, if you're honestly trying not to rip anybody off, I think it shows, you know. Um, I don't know everything. You'd have to talk to a lawyer. I don't know all the copyright ins and outs and stuff like that, but uh, you know, just do your best. I mean, it starts with um, you know, do your best. It starts with just trying to make a cool character and where you can go with that, and then you're always going to run up against something. There's so many characters out there and things like that. There's always something that's going to be unintentionally similar in certain ways to other things, and you just try to keep working at it and see if you can figure out how you can stay away from those really blatant characters, or characters that are, you know, really obvious, I guess I should say. And so that's that's where I started with my character designs and went from there, you know. It's like, how do I keep this um, as much as possible. I had one guy tell me, I was thinking about having somebody do some work on the book for a certain aspect of the book. I won't get into it because I don't want to trash the guys. I just wanted to give you an example. Like when I was designing my main character, Mark Anthony actually owns the original art to this. I think it was either him or Miggs, but I think it was Mark Anthony. But the original promo image, um, I hadn't completely finished the design I wanted. I was still kind of hung on something. And so I drew him without the main character, Aetheron, without the chainmail. And I had a black and white version. And I went to this one person that I was going to have on my crew. And I was like, hey, I need help with a certain aspect of my book. I want to hire you for this. And the guy was like, hey, you know, this is too close to so and so, and this is too close to so and so, and I can't do it. I can't work with you because I'm, you know, this and that. And I was like, dude, you haven't even seen it in color yet. I mean, I know there's some small touches that are similar, but you haven't seen it in color. And then he was kind of like, hey, I don't want to work with you on it. I don't want to take a chance on it unless you change it and give him a beard. And I was like, what? And I was like, well, what's a beard going to do? And, you know, personally, I'm just not a huge fan of the trend of giving everybody a beard or something like that. You know, it seems like. And I was just kind of like, well, I guess we can't see eye to eye on it, but you haven't even seen it in color. You don't know what the character looks like. in color. And I think that's one of the factors, but he wouldn't work with me. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm telling you, the colors are going to make you change your mind, or at least the colors are going to make you understand that it's not what it appears to be. And anyway, so you have some people that don't see it. Mark Anthony, I've been popping in and out. Was there a minimum backing for a sketch tonight? No. No, there's no minimum backers on tonight's sketch. I know I did that sometimes. It basically is because I'm trying to get some of the awareness for the other tiers and maybe get you guys to take a chance on some of the other tiers. But no, tonight, no limit. But Captain Hiltz, if you have or know of anybody or is interested in they wanting it back, but it's getting late, what I can do is I could take your name and we'll get a final one done off air, I guess. We'll do it like that. I got a few more minutes because the details on Cryptogore are crazy. And, I'm not saying the guy was a bad guy. To continue what I was saying, I'm not saying he's a bad guy because he was a little skittish about my concept or my book. But I was like, just hear me out first, It's like, don't assume. Anyway. And he's got kind of a, not scaly, but there's kind of a bumpy, kind of, these textured bumps all over his skin that I tend to draw in there. Sometimes more times than others. Because it really does take a lot of your time to draw the little tiny kind of details. They're not really scales, they're just kind of little bumps. Captain Hiltz, if I back and snag another sketch, can you ship with my other stuff? Captain Hiltz, the stuff that some of the stuff that you have, I've shipped out already. But I'm not entirely sure I got everything. I need to double check. So if there's another shipment going out, I can put it with that, just to be on the safe side. Captain Hiltz has been patient with me too, and I want to make sure I hook him up because he's been really awesome. He's been supporting the channel. He's been my mod, and he's always posting links. All right. On his arm gauntlets. Bracers. All right. Boom, boom, boom. Captain Hilton, no worries. I just want to save on shipping. Oh man, I appreciate it though. I appreciate you asking about that. And dude, you know how to contact me off air. So if you happen to get one and you want me to draw the sketch, don't worry, I can do that, no problem. Captain Hilton, okay, I'm backer number 314. Oh, cool, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me go in real quick. I'm just curious now. It's like, wow. Dude, thank you. Thank you again. It's been absolutely awesome. We got a couple more contributors. That is great. Yeah. Ha. I can see you, Mark Anthony. Little mumra nod there. That is awesome. Oh, I'm reading you, Dragon. I'm just also trying to wrap this up. Captain Hiltz, do you know what character you wanted, man? Right offhand, anyway. We're going good. We got 13 people in, 30 likes. That's great for a stream, man. That's awesome. All right. Watch me do it live. We're doing it live. Another. Let me see. Kevin Sharp, can I do an Orion? Cool. With some of his Astro Harness gear. Yeah. Sure, dude, man. Absolutely. For you, you got it, man. I will try to sneak a lot of it in there. I did a sketch cover or something with Orion on it one time. So recently, I guess, fairly recently, the last couple of years maybe or something. I am remotely familiar with that. I like the character for the most part. Also, was like a fan of uh, the design for OMAC. I think I was a big fan of too. All those kind of Jack Kirby vibe things going on. Orion, that's a definitely one of those out of the ordinary ones. You don't get those a lot, you know. At least I don't. Alrighty. There's rocky designs, but so we're almost done. Mike McMahon, thank you, dude. I appreciate the comment, dude. Yeah, we're getting there. Like I said, I had a few. We should be over 300, but I had a handful. I don't know, somewhere between 17 and 20 refunds. Some of those were from people, just kind of. There were some problems with my the way I set up my tiers or the perks, and so they would change their minds about which perk and stuff. And it's like, hey, could you get this type of shipping and this type of shipping? So my one major mistake when I launched was I had an idea of what I wanted to do and how all these perks were set up, but I didn't think about the shipping, and or at least the shipping to international. And I had researched some of the other shipping and try to make the prices as reasonable as possible. But the international, I was figuring there was going to be some serious prices, especially if you got into like anything that would be big, like 11 by 17, like a page. And I assumed that they wouldn't want to pay those shipping prices. And I thought wrong, because I got people asking me over and over. It's like, hey, well, how come there isn't a international shipping to New Zealand or whatever? And I just kind of took I used like some things, like how Doug was doing his campaign and he was complaining that, or not complaining, but he was saying that some backers were complaining about his shipping prices. And then you know, some people in the chat were like, hey, Doug's book weighs a ton. And I was like, oh, yeah. Well, maybe that's why, maybe that's something that I didn't consider when it came to who would be turned off because of certain shipping prices and things like that. So that's where I really shot myself in the foot. So I kind of had people refunding and things like that because of that. And Mark Anthony, shipping anything international is expensive. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like my thing is that I don't want to, take advantage of anybody. It's one of those deals where I'd hate to see somebody that want my book for pay $25 and then have to pay, let's say just throwing out there $40 for shipping or something like that. It seems kind of crazy to me that you pay more for shipping than you would for the actual product. And so that's kind of where I went with. That's why I felt a little bit bad and why I initially shied away from offering, shipping to certain countries. And I didn't want to take advantage of them like that. And that because I had a digital version, I was saying like, hey, well, if the expenses are too much for mailing, at least you have the digital version, and there you go. But some people want to hold that book in their hands. They want to have it for their collection and things like that. So, shouldn't underestimate the buying public, And there's so much going on, with a certain virus, and I won't say it so there's no kind of crazy copyright stuff, but or not copyright, but the YouTube ban hammers or whatever you want to say. With everything going on, I know you guys, shortages of this and that. People are laid off of work and things like that. I know a lot of people, it's just bad timing, but it was kind of now or never, because I knew that even last month they were talking about this stuff going into another year. It'd be another year for there's any kind of vaccines, any kind of, or any possible cure, vaccine, whatever you want to say it is. And if I didn't put my book out now, I'd have to wait until next year, and it's not possible for me to kind of where I'm at financially to wait another year to put this out. Don't have the extra cash or the extra product, extra artwork, and so it was kind of like, hey, I'll just lay my cards on the table, see what happens, And I didn't want to keep postponing the book because a lot of people were asking me, hey, when's it going to come out? So, all right, let's get this side. Wish I had had a French curve with me, but I did not bring it. Well, that's the thing, Mark Anthony. I see you guys talking about it in the chat. Some of these people were hitting me up and they're saying they don't, they wanted the book and they didn't care. They were gonna, whatever it's going to cost me to send it to New Zealand, get it together, figure it out, fix the perk. So I'm going to take them on their word, and that's what happened. So I just, I was trying to be considerate, but I also want to take the customer in account, and if they're telling me, hey, dude, why aren't you doing this? I'm gonna, all right, I'll go ahead and change it. I'll change the perk and make sure you can get it to New Zealand or Australia or to Zimbabwe or something like that, So here we go. We pretty much got Cryptogore in here, and Captain Health. I'll get you down. Yeah, it's got like these little bumps, textured bumps all over his skin. Wouldn't say it's reptilian or anything like that. It's just a texture of some kind. Just makes him more gnarly and gangly looking, and kind of got his lower lip. There we go. So there we go for Mark Anthony. My man's wrapped up 2 tonight. Thank you, sir. All right. There you go. And I'll definitely get, some of his arm in here and stuff, but that's the general. Djibouti. Yes, sir. He's all up in here. There we go. Okay. And then I'm going to write it in here, Captain Hiltz. And then we're going to say Orion with harness. I know what I mean by that. And there we go. And let's see. Oh, Victor. Here comes Victor. Okay, we got 14 people in here. And we got 31 thumbs up. That's awesome. You guys are rocking. Okay. Well, we've been going for about 4 hours. We just crossed the 4 hour. Okay. So for the live stream, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to rough out a little bit of this so Captain Hiltz knows that he's going to get his Orion. Put his hands, this little Kirby type foreshortening here. And we're going to get his harness in here. Like I said, I do kind of you know, a lot of times it used to be when I was a kid, I was like, oh, they don't do that construction stuff, man. That's crazy. Look at this and that, but it really is something that you got to practice and be worth your salt on. I highly recommend you always work on um, work on your underdrawing and your shapes. I don't know, he kind of hunches over when he's kind of. Not even looking at reference. I hope I'm getting it right. I can go back and fix it though. Well, we had a Red Sonja, Manator, 2 different Berts, including Burt Reynolds and Cryptigore. Dragon, yeah, dude. The construction is there for. It's done by new guys and amateurs and pros alike. It's to help you really solid out your figures and make sure the underdrawing is there. Especially like if you draw up somebody holding a sword, if you don't, see, this is going to turn it. It's going to sound like I'm going to be slamming somebody, and I don't want to do it because they'll start a lot of drama. But there's certain really popular artists from the '90s that a lot of times would just draw the hand and then draw, the sword hilt here, boom, 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 and then guesstimate where the handle was, and it would be completely off center. Did not draw through the hand at all. And so hey, Jimmy Reyes, hey buddy, thanks, man. But yeah, there was a certain artist that would just draw hands holding hilts and would not draw through the very simple rudimentary process of just drawing through the damn hand to draw the where the hilt would go. And then a lot of times the hilt would be down here, and while this sword is over here, and if you drew through it, it'd be completely missing it. And it's, you just wonder about some of these people sometimes. It's like, dude, I understand that we're under deadlines, but if that's a really crappy shortcut and a bad habit to get into, that you're, draw the sword hilt up here, boom, 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 then draw the handle down here, and it just doesn't work in any way, shape, or form. Just little things like that. It ticks me off because I'm like, it doesn't take a lot to do that. All you do is just draw 2 lines and make sure you're cool. So anyway, boom. So here we go. We got the construction lines. And we try to work out where pelvis is, You got some flexibility around the torso area. You can move that around a little bit. But generally, legs a cylinder. When I'm going to foreshorten, I still have to, that cylinder is facing us. We try to get that done as much as possible. So we try to, draw through our figures, use our basic shapes as much as possible, So. Captain Hiltz, have you ever told how you broke into comics? I went over it shortly. It's basically a difference of how the times are today versus back when I was breaking in, and it has to do basically with the internet and computers, because when I broke in around 1994, we really were just starting to have computers and the internet kind of getting onto the level of all that stuff. And we really hadn't, a lot of the companies were taking in mail-in submissions. Like, so basically you go to draw some pages, go to your nearest copy shop, whatever that may be, making copies, and like Kinko's, or there wasn't a FedEx office. FedEx office bought Kinko's, so you would say Kinko's copies or something like that, or Staples. I don't know who it might be, whatever is closest to you, and photocopy a few of your sequential pages, and the sequential pages, you just pack them up. You'd basically have to buy a bunch of manila envelopes, and you'd find out what editors would be at shows, or you find the editors' names. You look down in the indicia in a comic. The indicia is the little thing at the bottom that says what the office of publication is for like Marvel and stuff. So you find the editor's name, and you address it to the editors. You send it out, and we would be mailing out packages. You pay to mail out packages as much as you could. You spend your money, and you send out samples to editors, and you'd hope you'd hear from them. And that's pretty much how we would break into comics. The other way was you'd go to cons. Nowadays, because Marvel or DC moved to the West Coast, and Marvel had cut back on certain parts of Marvel also in the West Coast, and they had cut back on their con presences. They didn't do as many cons. It used to be that they would send some editors, like a handful of editors, to each kind of pretty big show. Like, let's say for me, it's Heroes Con. Heroes Con is a moderately sized. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you compare it to like ECC or San Diego Comic Con or things like that, you would say Heroes Con is maybe kind of mid-sized, or maybe bigger than Dragon Con. I don't know. I'm not sure how they all fit with the attendances, but they would have these editors there. I remember one time at the time. Funny little story. I hope he doesn't mind me telling him. I don't have any problem with the guy, and we actually worked together on a Hulk book, that Hulk versus Thor book. But for example, I had taken a bunch of samples with me in a portfolio to a portfolio review at Heroes Con, and Fabian Nicieza, who's also a writer and for Marvel, but he was also, I think he was the editor at the time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. Reviewed my stuff, and he was going through my stuff, and the funny thing was, is you go for these portfolio reviews hoping that people would hire you, and you'd wait in line, show your stuff, and then sometimes the editors would just flip through it, and then you're done. You had spent hours upon hours on these pages, and you get kind of torn in shreds, and you're done. You're gone. So within 10 or 15 minutes, you just, especially if an editor's tired and looked through a ton of portfolios and just wants to get the hell out of there, So Fabian was one of the people that I think he was an editor on one of the X books at the time. Funny story. He actually critiqued my stuff and didn't really like it and thought that my stuff looked like Todd McFarlane. And it was so crazy because it was the furthest thing from my influences at the time. I did not like, in a general sense, don't get me wrong, Spider-Man was hot, but Todd was not my main influence. So the idea that he saw Todd McFarlane in my stuff, I was like, are you crazy? Because I was really big into Dale Keown and John Byrne, things like that. So, it was so crazy. And I remember that because it stuck in my head, because I was like, man, he was so off base. And, I'm sure he was right. If I could go back and listen to him again, in a time machine, and go listen to what he was trying to tell me, I'm sure he's right on the fundamentals. Excuse me. Throat's getting really dry. But he was right about he might have been right on fundamentals. I'd have to hear what he had to say, but go back and listen again. But it was just so outrageous that he saw Todd McFarlane in my stuff, and I was like, what? So it's hilarious. And then, here we are, 20 odd years later, and I'm working with the guy. So trusty sidekick, you are a freaking beast. Oh, thanks, man. So anyway, trusty sidekick, it's awesome to have you along. I'm glad you came to check back in. I'm going to stop, Captain Hills. I'm going to stop with this. I'm having some problem talking now. But to wrap up what I was saying about the breaking in, yeah, the times were different. Nowadays, they didn't go as much. They put a kind of a halt on mail-in submissions, and I think that was right around 2005, 2006, something along those lines. And a lot of editors just don't go out to shows anymore. A lot of it's, hey, what's your website? What's your web page or website, whatever? Do you have an online portfolio somewhere? So it had changed so much. I got lucky a lot on the mail-in submissions. I did get work from. That was what. Yeah. For those watching right now, the Orion will have his harness. I'm just trying to roughen the basic shapes for aspiring pencilers out there and stuff to give an idea of what the cube and cylinder and construction and things like that. Actually, we still do that. We still, you still do that to work out your figures. But anyway, yeah, it's a different time. This was before major internet stuff, and it was more fun to go out that way because Marvel would send out people. But to you, like your medium-sized cons and your bigger cons, and you could go out there. You'd have to stand in line for a while, but you did portfolio reviews and you got an interaction, and you could see on their faces whether or not they liked your stuff. You could kind of read people. And nowadays, not so much. I remember, I think I tried one portfolio session trying to get some work on Hulk one time with Marvel back in this was like 2005 or 2006. I was at a show in Philadelphia. I won't get into the editors that were there, but Axel Alonso seemed to like my stuff. He was just editor on Hulk, I think, at the time, and that was before he got the editor-in-chief gig. And there was another editor who edits a lot of Avengers stuff, who was a complete jackass, and I don't mind saying that, and I'd tell him to his face. There are certain ways you can talk to fans, or you should talk to the fans, and then there's other ways you really shouldn't. This guy made the mistake of saying things he shouldn't have. Generally speaking, that was the differences. So that gives you a good idea. Draken, critiquing people's work is not the most beloved job in the world. Yeah, I know, and it's tough. Like when it comes to portfolio reviews, when I'm at a show, I don't like doing them because I'm trying to do other things. But I know that there are kids that I really enjoyed. Some local shows in Richmond, Virginia, and things like that. When I used to go to them, I really enjoyed talking to people and helping people. But nowadays, it's just everybody is so sensitive, or so, things can be taken wrong so easily. I can understand that, but there are certain people that should not be allowed to work with the public. This particular editor probably is one of those people. And what's funny is that dude, after he kind of gave me the business and kind of was a a-hole, it was funny. I was standing around Marvel's booth or something on the other side, and I was talking to some friends that we had rode up with there, and I was like, it didn't go well, or this, this didn't work out the way I wanted it. And that editor comes around the corner and trips and falls and knocks over a bunch of Marvel stuff. Right then, I was like, dude, that's instant karma. Instant karma right there, man. It was hilarious because I was just, no sooner had I finished mine. I think he was getting up from a break or getting up for a break or something. And I was standing behind roughly from the Marvel booth, and he comes barreling around it really angry and stuff and just trips over like a tripod and, they had an easel sitting up there for like the signing times, and he fell all over that stuff. It's freaking awesome. I just sit there. I was like, dude, I believe in instant karma, man. It's one of those things. I want to help people, and that's how I am about. I look at the critiques, but it's really tough nowadays. I think there are a lot of really sensitive people, and so, or that we've been kind of hardwired to be more sensitive than we need to. I kind of what I used to do, what I used to tell people when I met them, certain editors, pros, and stuff. I asked them for a critique. Some would say yes, some would say no. And then the ones that I did ask for a critique, here's the thing I told them. I said, go ahead, dude, look through it, tear me apart. That was the first thing. Just tear me apart because I want to get better. And I don't need you to cherry pick. Yeah. Oh, Draken. Yeah. Trusty sidekick. I had such a great portfolio review once with Denny O'Neil. He told me to use his name when I sent work in. I thought I'd finally gotten in. And yeah, sometimes, man, I know it had certain things too. I got into not hot water. I wouldn't say it wasn't that bad of an interaction, but it was one of those things where he got nasty to me. Mike Carlin from DC at the time, I think another editor had told me to send him stuff, and I just worded something on it. So I said that, this editor told me to send it in, and here's the stuff that you might want to see or you wanted to see. And I phrased it like that, stuff that you wanted to see or something. And he took it the wrong way, and it was like he kind of chewed me out and said, I don't know you from Adam, and I never told you to send me anything. And I was like, that's not what I meant. But, it became one of those things where, I was just kind of like, I'm going to leave Mike alone for a little bit. So what had happened was, another editor had told me, he's like, hey, send this to Mike, tell him I sent you, or to send it to, tell him that to send it to him, he'd be interested in. And just because of the way it was phrased, it came out really bad. Captain Hill's artist so personal. Constructive criticism is a delicate thing. The artist needs to be open to it, and person critiquing should be respected. Yeah, it's a give and take, man. It really is. It's one of those things where I think maybe very early I might have been a little bit more sensitive, but I had finally reached a point in looking at things, because I guess because I didn't have any kind of formal training in art. My extent is high school, and I didn't have the means, the money, or whatever to go to like any kind of art school or anything like that, or any college, take art classes or anything. So that stuff wasn't there for me. I just kind of I finally realized just read books, get the knowledge from any source you possibly can. And that's what I tell other people. It's like, that's why I would tell people, hey man, tear me apart. Tell me what I need to work on. And I would listen. And a general rule, it was grit and guts. I wouldn't, if I didn't take constructive criticism, then I wouldn't be half the artist and writer that I am. I hear you, man. Here's a general rule that I kind of give people to think about. I think it's a good metric to use, is that if you show your stuff around and you show your stuff to this one guy and he goes, "Oh, dude, man, your freaking hands suck, and you know you need to do this," and they're railing on a specific thing, and then they're going there to tell you you're just terrible at it. And then you go to the next person, and the next person tells you, "Hey, you really need to work on your hands." And then the next person tells you, "You really need to work on your hands." Then more than likely, you need to work on your hands. But if you go to a con and one person says, "Hey, your hands suck," and then another person says, "No, your storytelling, your hands aren't bad. Your storytelling, you need to work on telling the story by doing this, this, and this." And the next person tells you, "Hey, you need to work on this and that." More than likely, then that one person out of a bazillion that are telling you to work on your hands, they're probably wrong. And don't take it to heart. It's just that if you hear many people saying it, then more than likely there's probably something there. Same thing, whether it's storytelling or whatever it may be, anatomy, whatever it may be. If you hear that, that should give you a good idea. Well, anyway, that's it. Captain Hiltz, here's the sketch of Orion. I'm going to call it a night. It's gotten a little late, so I don't want to get in trouble, and we've been on here for about 4.5 hours. So everybody, I want to thank you for coming in, backing DragonGuard. Thank you. And I think what I want to do is I want to call it a night, because I've been drawing. And I want to thank you guys for coming in. Captain Hiltz, you know you're going to get this. And everybody that came to back DragonGuard, and if you just came to watch it and just want to check it out, thank you. I appreciate it. And we will do another one of these streams possibly next weekend. Maybe sooner. Catch me on Drawn and Quartered. Catch me on Friday night auctions usually. And Jeremiah Jones, you have a good night. Everybody, Junkyard Dunn, you're here. Okay, cool, man. Have a good night. Mike McMahon, Captain Hiltz, Draken, all you guys, you're rocking. And you guys, enjoy your night, get some rest. Thank you for streaming, okay? See you guys. Bye.